Chapter 3368. The power that Gu Fei displayed. Even Emojioyo, who had lived for countless years, was shocked. This guy actually dared to fight against the Golden Crow ancestor's incarnation. In the eyes of Emojioyo and the rest, Gu Fei was only a quasi-supreme being. Even though he had the peerless blade in his hand, he could fight against an existence with extreme power. But Gu Fei could only fight against Emojioyo, Song Ke, and these fake sovereigns. If he met a true sovereign, he definitely had to kneel. However, the power that Gu Fei displayed, it was much stronger than what Emojioyo and the rest had estimated. Moreover, he had quite a lot of extreme-level items on him. Gu Fei wore the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor. Even though this battle armor was still lacking, it wasn't a true extreme-level battle armor, but the materials were heaven-defying. It was a battle armor made from the immortal gold sky-blue immortal gold. This battle armor could be worn on one's body. It could block all auras. If Gu Fei was willing, no one could sense his existence, even if he didn't use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Of course, the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor could also block the aura of the outside world. Even the aura of the extreme level could be blocked outside. This was also why Gu Fei wasn't affected by the aura of the Fire Ape ancestor. At this moment, in the depths of the Golden Crow race's ancestral land, where the immortal god tree was, 3 experts were facing off against each other. And among these 3 experts, Gu Fei was the weakest. The Fire Ape ancestor, that was an extreme-level expert, even though he was sealed for countless years. But he was still a true extreme-level expert. He wasn't someone that Emojioyo and Song Ke could compare to. In the current ancestral god realm, a Fire Ape ancestor appeared. This was an accident, but it was also inevitable. Most likely, when the Golden Crow ancestor sealed the Fire Ape ancestor in the ancestral land, he had already predicted all of this. The Fire Ape ancestor's escape, it would completely change the power structure of the entire ancestral god realm. Little fellow, how dare you look down on me? Damn it. Above the immortal god tree, the peerless killing formation of the Golden Crow clan was operating. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions, suppressing the entire region. It was extremely terrifying. Within the killing array, the figure was blurry. However, the aura it exuded was definitely not weaker than a true extreme-grade powerhouse. A mere incarnation. He shouldn't have such combat strength. But because of the killing array, however, he was able to compete with extreme-grade powerhouses. The killing formation attracted the power of the ancestral earth vein. He had the power of the ancestral earth vein. This allowed the Golden Crow ancestor's clone to truly possess the power to contend against an extreme-grade supremacy. However, borrowing power like this had its drawbacks. That was the human array unity. Only then would they be able to unleash power comparable to an extreme Tao supremacy. Therefore, the Golden Crow ancestor's clone could not leave the extreme Tao killing formation. Otherwise, the Fire Ape progenitor would easily kill him. Haha, come out if you dare. I can kill you with just one hand. Gu Fei pointed his saber at the figure standing in the extreme Tao killing formation. He said proudly. The murderous aura exuded from the saber. Heaven and earth paled in comparison. Little guy, you are too presumptuous. If it was in the ancient times, I could kill you countless times with one finger. The Golden Crow ancestor's clone said angrily. Is that so? Haha. Unfortunately, this is no longer your era. Gu Fei smiled. Courting death. Above the immortal god tree, the blurry figure standing in the extreme Tao killing formation was furious. He directly reached out to grab Gu Fei. The boundless flames turned into a huge hand. A huge hand that covered the sky. This huge hand covered the entire sky. Rumble. The huge hand fell. The void that was covered by the huge hand instantly exploded. It was directly destroyed. Buzz. Gu Fei laughed heartily. He slashed upwards with his saber. A destructive saber light immediately shot out from the peerless murderous saber. The saber light shot up to the sky, like a hot knife through butter. It actually broke through the divine flame hand that came down from the sky. The huge divine flame hand was split in half by the saber light that came from the peerless murderous saber. Then it disappeared in the void. After the saber light broke through the divine flame hand, its momentum did not decrease. It directly shot up to the sky. It disappeared at the end of the sky. What a domineering extreme Tao divine saber. From what I know, there has never been such a murderous saber in the ancestral god realm. This murderous saber is not from this world. The Golden Crow Ancestor's clone said in shock. This is also not from the Chaos Demon realm. At this moment, far in the sky, Emogyoyo, who was under the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, muttered to himself, "This Gufei, be it in the Chaos Demon realm or the ancestral god realm, they were all just passers-by. To think that I would meet someone from another world." The Golden Crow Ancestor's clone said. Gufei didn't say anything. An expert from another world? At this moment, after hearing the Golden Crow Ancestor's words, the Fire Ape Ancestor was curious about Gufei, a being from another world. What was different about him? Fire Ape, you won't take revenge. This guy sealed you in the ancestral earth vein for countless years. Gufei said to the Fire Ape Ancestor. Yes, revenge first. The Fire Ape Ancestor didn't hesitate. He took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of the killing formation above the Undying God Tree. He actually attacked the killing formation directly. The ferocious ape swung his fist. It was just a punch. The entire extreme Tao killing formation shook. Countless formation runes appeared. Even the figure in the killing formation was shaken. You're crazy. I'm your big brother. Why would I harm you? The figure in the killing formation exclaimed. Preposterous. You sealed me in that dark place for so long. What else could it be other than harming me? The Fire Ape Ancestor was furious. He punched the extreme Tao killing array again and again. Not just the formation. Even the entire world began to shake along with it. Damn it. If I didn't seal you in the ancestral earth vein, do you think you can still live until now? The Golden Crow Ancestor roared. Hearing the Golden Crow Ancestor's words, the Fire Ape Ancestor's movement paused. However, at this moment, Gufei was already charging over. He raised his hand and slashed at the extreme Tao killing array. The power of the peerless blade exploded. It turned into a destructive blade light. The blade light fell. In an instant, countless formation patterns were dispersed by this saber strike. However, the killing formation was, after all, an extreme killing formation. It couldn't be destroyed by one slash. As expected, the Golden Crow Ancestor's incarnation, who was standing in the killing formation, blocked the extremely domineering blade light. Then, he attacked Gufei. Many flames that were hard to see with the naked eye were like thin lines. They flew towards Gufei. They were extremely fast. But Gufei didn't have any intention of dodging. When the streaks of fiery light were about 3 feet away from Gufei, all of a sudden, Gufei's body trembled. It was as if they had hit a transparent wall. All of them were blocked. Seeing this scene, the Golden Crow Ancestor's incarnation was shocked. Roar. At this moment, a roar rang out. The Fire Ape Progenitor had actually broken through the extreme Tao killing formation. He charged into the killing formation. He was extremely ferocious. Rumble. The next moment, cries of surprise came from the killing formation. The sound of fighting. It was a mess. Countless formation runes were destroyed in the air. This was a rare opportunity. Gufei quickly attacked with all his might. The peerless, ominous blade in his hand flew up. It turned into a huge black dragon. Roar. The dragon roared at the sky. The sky was shaking, as if it could fall at any time. Above the starry sky, billions of stars shook. The ferocious aura was monstrous. This is far above the sky. Seeing this scene, all the experts were shocked. The extreme Tao aura that erupted from the black dragon was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Even the experts of the East Continent, who were watching from outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. At this moment, they also felt their souls trembling. They were extremely frightened. What? Even the Fire Ape Ancestor, who had charged into the killing formation, couldn't help but be shocked. The black dragon formed by the ominous blade pounced down from the sky towards the killing formation. With just one pounce, a large area of the void below directly shattered. The black dragon formed by the peerless, ominous blade was extremely ferocious. He directly charged into the extreme Tao killing array. The power of the extreme path exploded. The killing formation was collapsing. No. The clone of the golden crow ancestor screamed in fear. Once the killing formation collapsed, he couldn't summon the power of the ancestral earth vein. As a result, it would be destroyed. Boom. The blurry figure began to fight with all his might. The power of the extreme golden sun erupted from his body. A golden feather appeared in his hand. It was the golden feather that had unleashed the golden sun-burning sky. It contained the extreme power of the extreme path. Now it was in the hands of the clone of the golden crow ancestor. Humph. At this moment, can you still turn the tables? The fire ape ancestor roared. He attacked with all his might. The extreme power kept erupting. Every living being in the east continent of the ancestral god realm felt this aura. In front of the might of the extreme path, all living beings were ant-like existences. At this moment, the scene high up in the sky was incomparably shocking. Inside the killing formation, a mountain-like fire ape and a mountain-like black dragon were attacking a figure that was emitting endless golden light. Roar! The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine flame. The divine flame spread out in an instant. It burned towards the clone of the golden crow ancestor. At the same time, the huge fire ape grabbed the clone of the golden crow ancestor. It tore one of the clone's arms off. It was extremely ferocious. This? Chapter 3369. The golden crow ancestor's avatar was no different from a real person. It also had a body of flesh and blood, which surprised Gu Fei. One should know that the avatars cultivated by ordinary cultivators were all illusions. Avatars and avatars were different. Avatars didn't have a body of flesh and blood, but avatars did. Gu Fei's two avatars were real and not illusions. The difference between avatars and avatars was the difference between illusion and reality. Avatars could dissipate and disappear completely. When they were killed, nothing would be left. Avatars, on the other hand, were real. If an avatar was killed by an opponent, it would either leave a corpse or show its true form. Gu Fei originally thought that the illusory figure in the extreme Tao killing formation was a clone, but when he attacked the killing formation with his peerless ominous saber, he discovered that it was different. The golden crow ancestor's method was indeed brilliant. He actually used this method. One should know that there was a difference in the battle strength of an incarnation and a clone. A real avatar would naturally be much stronger than an avatar. If it was any other expert who rashly attacked the killing formation and encountered an avatar instead of an avatar, then they would be in trouble. However, the ones who attacked the formation were the fire ape ancestor and the black dragon formed by Gu Fei's ominous blade. The fire ape ancestor and the black dragon formed by the ominous blade didn't care if the opponent was an avatar or an avatar. The two experts joined hands and killed the golden crow ancestor's avatar in an instant. The golden crow race's killing formation was collapsing. At this moment, Gu Fei had already retreated to the mountain and river cauldron because the god inside the ominous blade had awakened. To Gu Fei, this was definitely a good thing, a very good thing. The ominous blade's god had awakened. It was as if a supreme being had appeared in the world. Roar! The black dragon roared and spat out a mouthful of divine flames. Countless runes around it were incinerated and dissipated in the void. At this moment, the fire ape ancestor was extremely ferocious. He tore off the golden crow ancestor's avatar's arm. Golden blood sprayed all over the fire ape ancestor. The golden crow ancestor's avatar's blood contained an enormous amount of golden sun essence. If other living beings were to be splashed with this blood, they would have been burned to ashes. However, the fire ape ancestor and the golden crow ancestor were both life forms born from the god sun. They came from the same source. The golden crow ancestor's avatar's blood was not only harmless to the fire ape ancestor, but it was also a great tonic that could increase its battle power. The fire ape primogenitor swallowed the golden crow primogenitor's arm and continued to attack, wanting to tear off the other arm of the golden crow primogenitor's clone and eat it. However, The clone of the Golden Crow ancestor directly used the blood shield and dove into the depths of the earth, charging into the earth ancestor's vein. What? In the distant sky, Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene. The Fire Ape primogenitor and the peerless ominous blade gods will had joined forces to attack, yet the Golden Crow primogenitor's clone had escaped? It escaped? Song-K panicked. One should know that it was the Golden Crow ancestor's avatar. If it escaped, it would be a huge problem. Rumble. At this moment, the entire ancestral land shook. Even the immortal tree was shaking. It was undergoing a shocking change. The huge tree shone with a dazzling divine light. Countless golden lights flickered on the treetop. Those were the Golden Crows. The immortal tree was shrinking rapidly, and the Golden Crows on the treetop were shrinking as well. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this. Was the immortal god tree trying to escape? No one could remain calm. Song-K was panicking because the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor had escaped, while Gu Fei was panicking because the immortal god tree was about to escape. In Gu Fei's eyes, the immortal god tree was the most important. This living being that had lived for countless years was known as the immortal tree. It had gained sentience. When it sensed danger, the immortal tree would naturally escape. Old man, if you don't act now, then when? We can't let that tree escape. Gu Fei yelled at the mountain and river cauldron floating above his head. Only the awakened god of the mountain and river cauldron had the ability to catch the immortal tree. Even Song-K and Emogio could not catch the immortal tree at this moment. One should know that the Golden Crow clan's supreme killing formation was collapsing. The power of the supreme path spread. If it was not for the mountain and river cauldron's protection, even they would have to kneel before this power. At this moment, a small old man suddenly rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. Got it. I'll be right there, the small old man said impatiently. He then took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No one expected Gu Fei to be able to command the mysterious and unfathomable gods while inside the supreme divine weapon. In the next moment, the small old man appeared in front of the immortal tree. He then reached out with his hand, intending to grab the entire immortal tree. Buzz. At the same time, a rumble was heard from the immortal tree. Then, a ball of golden light appeared on the immortal tree and enveloped the entire immortal tree. However, at this moment, the entire void was sealed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. It would not be easy for the immortal tree to escape. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, the immortal tree entered the ancestral earth vein and disappeared. What? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Even the mountain and river cauldron could not take the immortal tree away? How was that possible? Did the Golden Crow ancestor have a backup plan? That guy must have done something. Otherwise, how could this happen? Song-K roared. No one knew the Golden Crow ancestor better than he did. The Golden Crow ancestor was a decisive but cautious person. In the ancient age, during Song-K's era, he had never seen the Golden Crow ancestor lose to anyone. Even Song-K himself was stabbed in the back by the Golden Crow ancestor. As expected, another powerful force of the Supreme God Path exploded where the immortal tree was rooted. A Supreme God teleportation formation rose from deep underground. The Golden Crow ancestor's clone was able to escape into the ancestral earth vein, and the immortal tree was able to escape from the mountain and river cauldron's god because of this underground teleportation formation. It was no ordinary teleportation formation. It was in Supreme God teleportation formation. The Supreme God teleportation formation that rose from deep underground automatically disintegrated in the void. The runes that formed the formation were also quickly disappearing. Preposterous. When Song-K saw the situation, he could not help cursing. Golden Crow first ancestor, that bastard actually still had such a contingency plan. At this moment, Gu Fei was speechless as well. However, this was normal. The Golden Crow ancestor would leave a way out for his people. It could only be said that Golden Crow's ancestor had predicted everything that could happen, and the preparation he made was fully displayed. The Golden Crow clan and the Immortal Tree had definitely escaped into the Earth Ancestor's Earth Meridian. Only the essence of the Earth Ancestor's Earth Meridian could completely cover the aura of the Golden Crow clan and the Immortal Tree. The Supreme God teleportation formation could send the Golden Crow clan far away, but it was not safe. Existences like the Fire Ape Ancestor could definitely tear apart the void and drag out the living beings that had escaped into the void. In front of an existence like the Fire Ape Ancestor, the teleportation formation was merely a decoration. To the Golden Crow clan, escaping into the ancestral earth vein was the only way to be safe. The ancestral earth vein extended in all directions. The Golden Crow clan could follow the direction of the ancestral earth vein and escape to any place in the eastern continent that had the ancestral earth vein. Damn it! At this moment, the little old man was displeased. He had personally taken action, yet the immortal tree had escaped. How could he let it go? The little old man extended his right hand, and the mountain and river cauldron flew towards him. In the next moment, he and the mountain and river cauldron became one, and a middle-aged warrior appeared before everyone. This middle-aged warrior was also the god of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, he had changed his appearance. He was tall, mighty, and looked fierce. "Old man, what are you playing at?" Gu Fei asked. "I am going to war. No one has ever dared to play tricks in front of me without paying the price." The god of the mountain and river cauldron tore apart the void and took a step forward, entering the ancestral earth vein deep underground. This, Gu Fei was shocked. If the god of the mountain and river cauldron was angry, it would be a very serious matter. At this moment, the black dragon formed by the peerless, ominous blade rushed back. The ominous aura of the extreme path made all living beings tremble, including Tsankei and Emojioyo. That was a true extreme path existence. It was equivalent to the arrival of an extreme path supreme. In the next moment, the mountain-like black dragon gradually became faint and illusory. The ominous aura of the extreme path retreated like the tide. In the end, the ferocious black dragon disappeared, and a black blade appeared in front of everyone. A powerful hand reached out and grasped the peerlessly fierce saber. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Fei differently. This person actually had so many nature-defying items. His luck was truly nature-defying. "Master, what should we do?" the monster god asked. Their purpose of attacking the Golden Crow clan's ancestral earth was simple. It was for the immortal tree. However, the immortal tree had escaped. "Wait, the old man will bring that divine tree back," Gu Fei said fiercely. Chapter 3370. The ancestor of the Golden Crow race had a backup plan. Not only did a clone of the Golden Crow ancestor escape, but the Tree of Immortality had also escaped. This made Gu Fei both shocked and angry. Although the god of the mountain and river cauldron had gone after the Tree of Immortality, it was hard to say if he could catch the tree. At this time, Gu Fei noticed that the Fire Ape ancestor was staring at the supreme ominous saber in his hand. His eyes were flickering with malicious intent. "Old ape, are you thinking of stealing my saber?" Gu Fei turned around and said to the Fire Ape ancestor, "Taoist friend, you've misunderstood. Since this saber has already recognized its master, why would I dare to steal it?" The Fire Ape ancestor said embarrassedly. The power displayed by the supreme ominous saber was clear for all to see. It was like the arrival of an extreme supreme being. After being sealed for so long, the Fire Ape ancestor was still injured. Although he did not fall from the extreme supreme realm, his combat power was greatly weakened. Right now, the Fire Ape ancestor could only unleash about 60% of his peak combat power. "Humph! If this saber of mine hadn't recognized me as its master, you would have tried to steal it." Gu Fei looked at the Fire Ape ancestor and said indifferently, "Hee." The Fire Ape ancestor smiled but did not say anything. In the next moment, the Fire Ape ancestor shot up into the sky and disappeared into the void. He left just like that. No one knew where he went. Gu Fei did not expect the Fire Ape ancestor to leave so suddenly. He was a little surprised. Of course, he did not care whether the Fire Ape ancestor left or not. With the supreme ominous saber in hand, Gu Fei was not afraid of the Fire Ape ancestor. At this time, the remaining demons began to clean up the battlefield. This battle was truly tragic. The Golden Crow race had suffered great losses, but the demons from beyond the heavens had also suffered great losses. Brother Gu, we've tried our best. Emojiyo came to the side of Gu Fei and said. He sighed. The result of this battle was not what he wanted. But in order to return to his hometown, he had no choice but to swallow this evil fruit. All right, once this matter is settled, I will activate the formation platform and send you back to the Chaos Devil realm. Gu Fei looked at Emojiyo seriously and said. He was very satisfied with the performance of the demons from beyond the heavens in this battle. As a condition, he naturally had to activate the teleportation formation and send Emojiyo back to the Chaos realm. Thank you in advance, Emojiyo said. He was really afraid that Gu Fei would not fulfill his promise. One should know that the demons from beyond the heavens had paid a huge price this time. At this moment, Song Ke brought the remaining clansmen into the depths of the ancestral land. This was where the Earth Ancestral Vein was located. Although a great battle had taken place here, it didn't affect the Earth Ancestral Vein. This used to be the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race. Now that they had returned, they were filled with emotions. Ancestor, we're finally back. Peng Jingtian choked with sobs. The other clansmen of the chaotic golden rock race were also extremely emotional. Their eyes were brimming with tears. They had been away for too long. Ever since Song Ke was trapped in the Chaos Devil realm, the ancestors of the Golden Crow race had raised the butcher's knife against them. Except for a few clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race who managed to escape, the rest were directly slaughtered by the ancestors of the Golden Crow race. For countless years, the Golden Crow race had never given up on hunting down the chaotic Golden Rock race. It could be said that the current chaotic Golden Rock race was living a wandering life. They were always on tenterhooks because they didn't know when the experts of the Golden Crow race would suddenly appear. This was a great battle between experts of the extreme Tao level. The sky and earth were broken. The broken void was constantly repaired under the effect of the heaven and earth law. We're finally back. Song Ke sighed. After leaving for countless years, he never thought that he would come back in this way. The ground was barren. It was all solidified by the melted magma of the Golden Sun Divine Fire. The Golden Crow race was really ruthless. They had directly returned to a land full of vitality. It was really a pity. Of course, this ancestral land wasn't really threatened. In time, it would become a land full of vitality again. The Golden Crow race has lost. At this time, outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, the experts who were watching were all stunned by this result. The Golden Crow clan was so powerful, but their ancestral land was actually conquered. When did the devils of the extraterrestrial devil region become so powerful? The experts who were watching from afar began to retreat. No one would be stupid enough to provoke the guys in the ancestral land at this time. In fact, the battlefield was very clean. The Golden Sun Divine Fire released by the clone of the Golden Crow race had burned everything. Not even a corpse or a fragment of a divine artifact could be seen. Very soon, the demons of the extraterrestrial demon area began to retreat as well. At this moment, Gu Fei arrived at the place where the tree of immortality had taken root. The ground there had collapsed, forming a bottomless hole. This, Gu Fei was very surprised. He knew that the tree of immortality had taken root here to nourish itself with the essence of the ancestral vein of the earth. Did this hole lead directly to the ancestral vein of the earth? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he thought of that. He thought about it, then sent out a clone of himself. It was another him, possessing extremely powerful battle prowess. He handed the mountain river diagram to his incarnation. The landscape diagram was a supreme god artifact. With its protection, even the clone of the Golden Crow race's ancestor would not be able to harm his clone. Afterwards, Gu Fei's clone jumped into the pitch-black hole in front of him. Gu Fei's clone could only hear the wind whistling in his ears. His body was falling rapidly. This seemed to be a bottomless abyss, as if there was no end to it. After a while, Gu Fei felt his clone enter a very large space. It was a place where endless essence of the world had gathered. Gu Fei's clone could not sense any other presences at all. In this pitch-black space, it was as if only Gu Fei's clone was walking alone. Forget it. Gu Fei's clone retreated, then directly rushed into the sky, charging out from the depths of the earth. He did not want to get lost in the ancestral vein of the earth. At this moment, The huge hole in the ground was absorbing the essence of the world. Gu Fei immediately kept his clone in the landscape diagram. He could only wait for news from the god of the mountain and river cauldron. Everything on the ground of the Golden Crow race's ancestral land had been destroyed. The entire ground had sunk by several feet. At this moment, Song Ke had started to repair the divine land. As the demons retreated, the huge ancestral land was only left with the clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race. However, there were not many clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race. At this moment, Song Ke realized the importance of manpower. After returning from the Chaos Demon realm, Song Ke had almost become a commander with no manpower. This was something unimaginable for a former supreme god ancestor like him. In the past, the chaotic Golden Rock race was so powerful. However, it had declined to the point where it was almost extinct. Thinking of the culprit who caused all of this, Song Ke gritted his teeth. He could not wait to skin that guy alive. However, that guy had disappeared. He could only vent his anger on all the clansmen of the Golden Crow race. However, even the remaining clansmen of the Golden Crow race had escaped. This made Song Ke furious. He swore that he would not rest until the Golden Crow race was destroyed. Brother Gu. At this moment, Gu Fei came to Song Ke's side. Did you find anything? Gu Fei asked. No. The guys of the Golden Crow race destroyed everything. Song Ke said angrily. Do you need help? Gu Fei looked around and said. It would be great if Brother Gu could lend us a hand, Emo said with a smile. Song Ke said happily. It's nothing. As Gu Fei said, he waved his right hand and a scroll appeared in the void. In the next moment, countless demons walked out of the landscape diagram. There was strength in numbers. With the help of countless demons, the terrain of the entire Earth Ancestor Vein was rapidly changing. The scorched land was once again filled with endless vitality. In less than a day, everything that was burned by the Golden Sun primary fire was restored. Trees were transplanted into the ancestral land. Gu Fei took action and drew the spring of life from his inner world. A light rain fell from the sky. The spring water turned into rainwater and fell on every corner of the ancestors' land. Soon, the entire region was filled with vitality again, and a rainbow light appeared in the sky. Why isn't that guy back yet? The deity of the mountain and river cauldron had not returned yet. Gu Fei felt uneasy. Could there be someone in this world who could compete with the deity of the mountain and river cauldron? A day passed quickly and night fell. The stars in the sky were exceptionally bright and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. Gu Fei sat on a boulder on the top of a mountain and looked at the clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race who were busy building pavilions at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the entire ancestral land had changed greatly. There were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Spiritual energy lingered in the air, and the figures of immortal birds could be seen in the distance. Boom! In the dead of night, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the sky above the ancestral land. Then, the void shattered and a figure rushed out from the shattered void. The person's clothes were ragged and his hair was unkempt. He looked extremely miserable. Old man. At this moment, Gu Fei saw the person rushing out from the shattered void and immediately recognized him. He was the deity of the mountain and river cauldron. Swoosh. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the deity of the mountain and river cauldron. What's going on? Where's the immortal tree? Chapter 3371. The god of the cauldron returned in a sorry state, shocking Gu Fei. One must know that this was the god of the cauldron, an existence equivalent to an extreme-grade sovereign. Who could make the god of the cauldron, who could contend against an extreme-grade sovereign, look so pathetic? That bastard actually set up all sorts of traps in the ancestral earth vein. How infuriating. The god of the cauldron, who had turned into an old man, was fuming with rage. It turned out that the Golden Crow ancestor had not only left a contingency plan in the ancestral land of the Golden Crows, he had also set up all sorts of traps in the ancestral earth vein to prevent enemies that were too powerful to chase after the fleeing Golden Crows. One had to admit that the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan had really calculated everything. As a result, the god of the cauldron was in big trouble. The traps and killer moves that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up were not ordinary. They were all at the extreme grade sovereign level and were powered by the power of the ancestral earth vein. The power gathered by the ancestral earth vein of the entire ancestral god realm's eastern continent was so powerful that even a true extreme grade sovereign would be fearful. The killer moves that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up by drawing on the power of the ancestral earth vein could naturally harm an extreme grade sovereign. However, the cauldron was one of the strongest extreme grade Dao artifacts in history. Even the traps that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up in the ancestral earth vein could not truly harm the god of the cauldron. Even so, the Golden Crow ancestor's tricks had left the little old man in a sorry state despite not harming the god of the cauldron. That means that the tree of immortality has escaped, Gu Fei said in disbelief. What do you think? The little old man said in annoyance. Humph, if I were to chase after it, I would definitely be able to catch it. At this moment, a divine consciousness was transmitted from Gu Fei's body. Then, a little black dragon rushed out from his body and landed on his shoulder, looking at the little old man in disdain. What did you say? How dare you look down on me? When I debuted, you were still wearing diapers. The little old man was displeased. Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. The little black dragon spoke with incomparable arrogance. Although it was small, a tyrannical fiendish aura emanated from its tiny body. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate at this moment. At this time, Gu Fei's forehead was beaded with sweat. The little black dragon was naturally the manifestation of the peerless, ominous saber. These extreme Dao-level Dao treasures had already gained sentience and could transform. One had to know that, to a certain extent, an extreme Dao tool was also a kind of life, a different kind of life form. What? You want to see whose fist is harder? The little old man waved his fist and said, Humph, be careful that I don't eat you. The little black dragon said. He was still incomparably arrogant because he had the right to be arrogant. He was the fiercest dragon in all of history. Even the Tai Huang was not as fierce as him. Come, come, come. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be able to. The little old man was very displeased with the little black dragon's incomparably cold and arrogant attitude. He actually dared to act so fiercely in front of this daddy. He simply didn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. He was too arrogant. Since ancient times, who had dared to act so arrogantly in front of him? Little loach. The little black dragon standing on Gu Fei's shoulder was also enraged. No one had ever dared to call him a little loach in front of him. This had touched his reverse scale. I say, have you all forgotten my existence? Gu Fei scratched his head. It was this little loach who started it. If we don't teach this little loach a lesson, this little loach will really think that he's invincible. The little old man shrugged his shoulders. Come, let me see how much ability an old man like you has left. You dare to flaunt your seniority in front of this dragon. The little black dragon stared at the little old man and said coldly, Don't. There's no need to harm our friendship. Gu Fei frowned. If these two fellas were to get into a fight, things would get really troublesome. One had to know that these two fellas were both extreme Dao existences. The god of the mountain and river cauldron was naturally supremely strong. This fella had lived for countless of years. To put it bluntly, the number of bridges that this fella had crossed was even more than the number of roads that Lin Fan had walked. However, that little black dragon was no simple fella either. Back in that ancient era, he was known as the Great Ferocious Dragon. Even the Tai Emperor wasn't as ferocious as him. The little old man glared at the little black dragon on Gu Fei's shoulder with a furious look. As for the little black dragon, it was also glaring at the little old man with its dragon eyes. Both of these fellas ignored Gu Fei. Don't really get into a fight. If you guys aren't careful, I'm going to be in deep trouble. Gu Fei hurriedly said. If two extreme Dao existences were to fight, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Even if he was wearing the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the extreme Dao. If the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ferocious saber were to fight, who could possibly separate them? It would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. In fact, The destruction would be even more terrifying than the battle with the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. Then let's fight on the mental plane, the little old man said. All right. The little black dragon didn't object. Shing. In the next instant, Gu Fei felt a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. He then realized that he was already in a white void where he couldn't see the sky nor the earth. At this moment, two auras of the extreme Tao suddenly descended upon this white void, causing the entire void to tremble. A battle on the mental plane? Why am I here as well? Before Gu Fei could figure out what was going on, the two extreme Tao existences had already begun fighting. All he could see was an ancient cauldron and a black saber clashing together. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the entire void seemed like it was about to explode. The vast and mighty extreme Tao energy caused Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. He hurriedly tried to retreat. However, the extreme Tao energy that was enough to destroy everything had already arrived. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He was about to be killed by these two fellows. However, just when he thought that he was about to die to this vast extreme Tao energy, he saw the energy directly pass through his body and surge behind him. Gu Fei hurriedly touched his body and discovered that he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. The extreme Tao energy seemed to be an illusion. Could it be that all of this is an illusion? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The little old man said that he was fighting the little black dragon on the mental plane. Could it be that this was a void that had evolved on the mental plane? No one answered Gu Fei's question. However, at his level of cultivation, he was only a step away from becoming an invincible supreme being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so he could vaguely guess how such a phenomenon appeared. At this moment, an ancient cauldron and a black dragon were constantly colliding in the vast white void, causing incomparably shocking sounds to erupt. Although Gu Fei had already guessed that this was all an illusion, it was extremely real. It was as if there were really two extreme Tao treasures fighting. At this moment, in the outside world, on the mountain where Gu Fei was located, an extreme Tao energy spread out. This extreme Tao energy enveloped the entire mountain. What's happening? The extreme Tao aura emitted from Gu Fei's mountain naturally alarmed all the experts in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Song Kei's figure immediately appeared in the void near the mountain. He didn't dare to go forward rashly because he sensed two familiar auras, the mountain river cauldron and the peerless ominous blade. What are these two Tao weapons doing? Song Kei muttered to himself. This made him very puzzled and curious. He was very familiar with the power of the mountain river cauldron and the peerless ominous blade. Naturally, he knew what terrifying things would happen once these two Tao weapons went all out. Soon, Emojioyo and the demon god also arrived. Chapter 3372. Although the little old man from the cauldron of mountains and rivers and the little black dragon from the unparalleled ominous blade were fighting on a spiritual level, this battle was far too real for Gu Fei. The little old man rode on the little black dragon's back and punched out. One of the little black dragon's horns broke with a loud crack and dragon blood splattered everywhere. The little old man was truly too ferocious at this moment. The energy waves that erupted from his small body caused the heavens to pale in comparison. The little black dragon roared incessantly and rolled around with all his might, trying to shake off the little old man riding on his back. However, the little old man seemed to have taken root on his back and could not be shaken off no matter how hard he tried. Preposterous. The little black dragon was about to go crazy. This fellow was truly too hateful. He actually dared to ride on his back. One had to know that since ancient times, no one had ever dared to ride on his back. Of course, that was except for the little black dragon's first master, who had refined him into the unparalleled ominous blade. In that distant era, the little black dragon was once a peerless, ominous being whose name shook the entire world. He was equally famous as the great, ominous, mysterious yellow dragon. He had rampaged through the entire world and was practically invincible. However, in that era where experts emerged in large numbers, even the most powerful existences would fall at some point. The great ominous azure dragon was a little unlucky. He had encountered a super abnormal fellow who had refined him into a blade, a blade called the Azure Dragon Blade. The unparalleled, ominous blade did not have a name, but on the day it was refined, the super abnormal fellow wielded it and used it to slay 13 supreme experts. Thus, from that era onward, those powerful existences began to call the seemingly unremarkable black blade the unparalleled ominous blade. As time passed, the original name of the blade was forgotten. "Old man, I'm going to kill you." The little black dragon was thoroughly enraged. With a roar, it transformed into a human and then grabbed the shoulder of the little old man on its back. Then, it exerted all its strength to throw the little old man away. Gufei couldn't help but feel shaken when he saw this scene from afar. Although that peerless god was at a disadvantage, it wasn't as if he couldn't fight back. "Haha, you want to kill me? Little Loach, you don't have the qualifications." The little old man laughed and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared above the head of the black-robed man transformed from the peerless, ominous blade god and stomped his foot down on the black-robed man's face. "Old man, you're going too far." The black-robed man was enraged. His right hand instantly transformed into a peerless divine saber and slashed upwards. A terrifying destructive force erupted from the peerless divine saber. Shwa. The void was split by this extremely domineering saber light. The power of this saber was a little terrifying and terrifying. The blade light that had rushed out from the black-robed man's hand collided with the little old man's foot. With a loud boom, the peerless blade light was shattered by the little old man's foot. Bang! In the next moment, the little old man's foot solidly stomped on the black-robed man's face, deforming it completely. The black-robed man screamed and fell from the sky. This part of the world was a vast expanse of whiteness. The peerless, ominous blade god didn't know how far he had fallen. He only knew that stars were dancing before his eyes and a footprint had appeared on his face. Ah! The peerless, ominous blade god was about to go crazy. That old man actually dared to step on his face. He really didn't give him any face at all. What a bastard. "What are you for?" At this time, the little old man attacked again. This time, it wasn't a foot. A huge hand descended from the sky and instantly slapped the peerless, ominous blade god. The peerless, ominous blade god was sent flying. He was at a disadvantage, and it seemed to be an absolute disadvantage. At this time, the peerless, ominous blade god stabilized his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it was a spiritual confrontation, it was incomparably real. It was as terrifying as a real battle between two beings of the extreme path. Only Gufei had the fortune to witness this scene. The two powerhouses were displaying the profound meaning of the extreme path, which was a great benefit to him. Being able to watch a battle between extreme-grade powerhouses, even though it was only a battle on the spiritual level, allowed Gufei to have a deeper understanding of the extreme-grade realm. Rumble. The entire spiritual space was shaking. It was terrifying to the extreme. Although the peerless, ominous blade god fought with the god of the mountain and river cauldron, the result was the same. Although the peerless, ominous blade god was extremely ferocious, the god of the mountain and river cauldron had lived longer than the peerless, ominous blade god, and his methods were more brilliant. Of course, the god of the mountain and river cauldron was also stronger than the peerless, ominous blade god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the peerless, ominous blade god. The gods of the two supreme saint treasures had taken human form and were fighting with all their might. It was incomparably intense, and they didn't have any misgivings. Balls of fire exploded, and powerful fire elemental power erupted. Although it wasn't a real duel, Gufei was already drenched in sweat. His clothes were drenched in sweat, as if he had just climbed out of the water. The god of the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless, ominous blade god were fighting. The entire void on the spiritual plane was shaking, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. In this battle, the god of the mountain and river cauldron always had the upper hand. Although the peerless, ominous blade god was powerful and incomparably ferocious, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. In the end, there was a loud bang. The void on the spiritual plane between the god of the mountain and river cauldron and the god of the peerless, ominous blade god collapsed. Two powerful waves of divine will intertwine before dissipating. At that moment, Gu Fei felt the world spinning before his eyes. It was as if the entire world was about to turn upside down, making him feel nauseous. What? Gu Fei was shocked, but this feeling quickly disappeared. He found himself still standing on the mountaintop, holding a black blade and an ancient cauldron in each hand. Sweat beaded on Gu Fei's forehead. These two extreme Tao treasures were not simple. Was it the peerless, ominous blade, or the mountain and river cauldron that was more powerful? Gu Fei didn't know. Perhaps only the peerless, ominous blade and the mountain and river cauldron knew the result. Gu Fei grabbed the peerless, ominous blade and the mountain and river cauldron and stood there foolishly for a while. Then, he came to his senses and carefully put away the two extreme Tao treasures. He didn't dare to offend the god of the peerless, ominous blade god, or the god of the mountain and river cauldron. To be able to witness a spiritual battle between extreme Tao-level beings was very meaningful to Gu Fei. After all, he was about to take that step. The extreme Tao treasures were a different kind of life form. To some extent, it could be said that the extreme Tao Supreme Being had descended. The extreme profound meaning it displayed was very useful to Gu Fei. He could compare the extreme profound meaning displayed by the extreme Tao treasures with the great Tao meaning he had cultivated to improve his own cultivation of the great Tao. Although this couldn't make Gu Fei an extreme Tao Supreme Being, it could allow Gu Fei to go further in his cultivation of the great Tao and accumulate more experience. Gu Fei directly jumped onto the boulder beside him, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He wanted to digest the things he obtained from the battle between the god of the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless, ominous blade god. He had a feeling in his heart and naturally wanted to verify it. Gu Fei sat there for several hours. For cultivators, especially those at Gu Fei's level, several hours were just a blink of an eye. At this time, the experts who were alarmed by the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless, ominous blade were bewildered and did not dare to go up the mountain. The two extreme Tao auras that erupted on the mountain had disappeared. Song Ke and the demon god were watching. They knew that the only person who could cause such a commotion was Gu Fei. They were more interested in what Gu Fei was doing, especially since this matter required the use of extreme Tao-level power. This made Song Ke and the demon god even more curious. But when they saw Gu Fei, who was originally standing foolishly on the top of the mountain, had suddenly leaped onto a large rock at his side, and then he sat down cross-legged and actually started cultivating, they were surprised and bewildered. Master, the demon god looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder on the top of the mountain, and his face turned solemn. Song Ke was also very curious about what Gu Fei had comprehended that made him so eager to cultivate. One must know that they had just defeated the Golden Crow clan, and an incarnation of the Golden Crow clan's ancestor had escaped. No one knew what other powerful means the Golden Crow clan's ancestor had left behind. The Golden Crow clan could come back at any time, which was something Song Ke had to guard against. Most importantly, the Golden Crow clan had been operating in the East Continent for so many years and naturally had many allies. Song Ke was investigating which force the Golden Crow clan had formed an alliance with to prevent the Golden Crow clan from retaliating. The chaotic Golden Rock clan was too weak, so Song Ke had no choice but to rely on Gu Fei's power to protect the ancestral land that they had just taken back from the Golden Crow clan. The demons from the extraterrestrial demon territory had not completely retreated, which was a troublesome matter. It was easy to invite a demon in, but difficult to send one away. Emojioyo was not someone who would leave easily. If they wanted Emojioyo to leave, Gu Fei would have to step forward. However, Emojioyo had suffered a great loss this time around. If they wanted him to leave, they would have to pay a price. Otherwise, Emojioyo would definitely not leave obediently. How troublesome. Chapter 3373. The unusual battle between the Mountain River Cauldron's deity and the Peerless Blade's deity made Gu Fei feel something. Hence, he sat down on a boulder at the top of the mountain and comprehended the trace of Tao runes that he had captured. For Gu Fei, the extreme grade realm was still difficult to understand and deduce. One must know that it was the extreme grade realm, the end of the Tao. If he could understand and deduce the Tao to the extreme, he would have become an extreme grade supreme long ago. Why would he need to cultivate so hard? There were many cultivators in the world who cultivated painstakingly, even by hook or by crook, for only one purpose: to be immortal and exist forever in the world. Even if the world was destroyed, they could still live on. The extreme grade realm seemed to be the end, but it might also be a new starting point. In today's world, it seemed that no one could be truly immortal. Even extreme grade supremes had fallen, let alone all living beings in the world. Gu Fei entered a state of semi-seclusion. However, the place he was at was not suitable because the top of the mountain was not a place for seclusion. Song Ke, the demon god, and the others were a little anxious because there were some things that could only be done by Gu Fei. However, at this time, Gu Fei entered a state of cultivation that was similar to an epiphany. No one dared to disturb Gu Fei because everyone sensed that the two extreme-grade auras that appeared in the world previously originated from the top of the mountain where Gu Fei was. Even Emojioyo was very afraid of the two extreme-grade auras. Seeing that Gu Fei was cultivating on the top of the mountain, he did not want to disturb him at this time. As a result, two forces were formed in the entire chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. One was Song Ke and the Demon Gods faction, while the other was Emojioyo's extraterrestrial demons faction. It was easy to invite the demons, but difficult to send them away. Most of the demons had returned to the extraterrestrial demon territory, but Emojioyo and some of the demon gods stayed behind. Song Ke and the demon divine lord didn't like those demons, but they couldn't go against Emojioyo. After all, Emojioyo was recognized as the strongest expert in the chaos demon realm. After the passage between the two worlds was severed, the only reason why the demons trapped in the ancestral god realm were able to survive was because of Emojioyo's existence. Back then, after that battle, Emojioyo had fought against the experts of the entire ancestral god realm by himself. After countless bitter battles, he was still alive, while his enemies had all fallen. This was Emojioyo. He had killed his way to fame, and no one dared to look down on him. The news of Emojioyo coming out of seclusion had already spread far and wide. At this moment, all the cultivation forces in the eastern continent were extremely nervous, afraid that Emojioyo would attack them. This was especially true for those forces that were inextricably linked to the Golden Crow clan, and they felt even more uneasy. Although Song Ke had regained the ancestral land that had been occupied by the Golden Crow clan for countless years, his forces were still very weak. Only Peng Jingtian, and Peng Jingtian could take charge. As for the Chaos Golden Rock clan, there were only a few hundred clansmen scattered around the ancestral god realm, and it was no longer the same as when they were at their peak. Compared to Song Ke, the demon divine lord, and the others, Emojioyo didn't have as many concerns. At this moment, on the mountain top, the sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. The aura of the great Tao was vast and mighty, and the aura of chaos lingered around him. It was as terrifying as if a new world was being created. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the great Tao of chaos to such a level. Emojioyo's figure appeared in the distant sky. He was still riding on his old black bull. The old black bull still had a listless look on its face. An old man riding on an old bull. If other experts in the ancestral god realm were to see this scene, they would definitely be scared shitless and flee in panic. Gu Fei cultivated the great Tao of chaos, but his Tao was different from others. It could transform, which would cause misunderstandings, but he was not stupid enough to explain it. The extreme of chaos was primordial chaos. If Gu Fei's great Tao could transform into the primordial great Tao, he would be able to go one step further and become an extreme supreme being. The strange phenomenon that appeared on Gu Fei's body was really shocking. The aura of chaos was vast and mighty, and within the aura of chaos, there were even chaotic electric lights blooming, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Rumble. In the shocking sound of wind and thunder, Gu Fei's figure was completely submerged by the aura of chaos, as if a new world of chaos was evolving. Song Ke and the demon divine lord had already left, but they returned at this time. Boom. At this moment, a huge hand broke through the void and slammed down on Gu Fei, who was on the top of the mountain. Towering divine flames rained down from the huge hand, burning the world and the void into oblivion. A wave of extreme supreme being appeared between heaven and earth, and everyone was stunned by the scene. Someone actually dared to attack Gu Fei. Who could be so powerful? Even Emojioyo, who was riding on the old bull, couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw the giant hand that emitted monstrous divine flames slamming down from the sky. It's Huoju. Song Ke was inexplicably shocked. He naturally knew who was attacking Gu Fei. That person was the ancestral god's heart that Gu Fei had defeated in the fire domain, the Patriarch Huoju. There was no doubt that Patriarch Huoju was powerful. One should know that Patriarch Huoju was a ruthless character who dared to lead countless ancestral god realm experts into the chaos demonic realm. Although Patriarch Huoju was defeated in that battle, he also dragged his opponent down with him before he died. Song Ke and the Demon Divine Lord immediately took action. The Demon Divine Lord even soared into the sky and directly smashed the void into the chaos to fight with the guy who secretly attacked. Bang! A dull sound of impact was heard. The Demon Divine Lord, who had rushed into the chaos, was sent flying out from the chaos with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that even the Demon Divine Lord was sent flying out, the other experts in the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land could not help but be shocked. The aura that emanated from the hand caused countless experts to bend their backs. Even the most arrogant person would have no choice but to lower their proud heads. Buzz. Just as the huge hand in the sky was about to land on the mountain top, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. The shadow of the ancient cauldron immediately enveloped Gu Fei. Boom. Chapter 3374. In the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, a big hand suddenly broke through the void and directly slammed down from the chaos towards a mountain below. Boom. A loud noise. The big hand fell. It actually blew up the entire mountain peak. The tyrannical power of the extreme Tao level spread in all directions. The ground cracked, forming hideous cracks. Dust rose high into the sky. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. All the experts who witnessed this scene were stunned. Whether it was the experts of the Divine Clan or the experts of the demons, they were all in disbelief. How is this possible? Song Ke's face changed greatly. One had to know. The ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan was not an ordinary place. They could enter and leave at will. This ancestral land was covered by the extreme Tao formation. However, someone directly ignored the extreme Tao formation. He broke into the ancestral land and attacked Gu Fei. He and the demon god attacked at the first moment. However, the demon god was directly sent flying by the guy hiding in the chaos. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Song Ke was also sent flying. He couldn't imagine. How long had it been? How could this guy be so powerful? Rumble. The void was shaking. The big hand that emitted monstrous divine flames dissipated in the void. Although the big hand disappeared, however, it turned into endless divine flames that swept out in all directions. Originally, it had been repaired. A region that had become full of vitality. It fell into a sea of fire in an instant. That divine flame could ignite anything it came into contact with. Even the void was burning. Everyone fled to the distance in horror. Damn it! Song Ke saw this scene. He was almost going crazy. This bastard! Song Ke gritted his teeth. He hated the heavenly fire clan to the core. This absolute flame was really going too far. He actually dared to fight in my place. That day, Gu Fei attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. When old ancestor Huoju ran away, although Song Ke was present, but he didn't make a move. He directly activated the Peerless Killing formation in the ancestors' land. The next moment, divine runes appeared in the void of the entire world. Countless divine patterns interweaved. They formed a series of ancient diagrams. Rumble. Extreme Tao level power was quickly gathering. The entire ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock race suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. Dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in the void. It kept tearing the void of the world. This extreme Tao Grand Array was set up by Song Ke in the past. It could draw in the essence energy of the ancestral earth veins. He gathered the most powerful extreme Tao energy. The entire formation was like a master of the extreme Dao. It could unleash extreme Dao-level attacks, even against those pseudo-sovereigns with extreme Dao power. It was also very lethal. As the extreme Dao Grand Array was activated, the void that was enveloped by the extreme Dao Grand Array suddenly seemed like it was about to condense. Everyone felt a great pressure. Then, a ball of golden sun-like divine light appeared in the extreme Dao Grand Array. Then it smashed towards where old ancestor Huaju was. Boom. There was a loud sound. The void was directly smashed by that ball of golden light. That ball of golden light directly smashed into the chaos. It broke through the layers of chaos. It smashed towards the figure hidden in the chaos. However, that figure only stretched out a hand. He blocked the ball of golden light that was smashing towards him. However, the next moment, boom, there was a loud sound. That ball of golden light suddenly exploded. A terrifying destructive power suddenly erupted. In an instant, it enveloped the figure. What? The figure was clearly taken aback, but he only saw his body shake. It dispersed the destructive power that was about to obliterate it. Song Ke, the golden light dissipated. Old ancestor Hua Ju's figure appeared. There was a frightening, murderous light in his eyes, like a fierce beast that could devour people at any time. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, the mountain where Gu Fei was directly blasted by old ancestor Hua Ju. Everyone wanted to know what happened to Gu Fei. Endless dust filled the air, but no one saw Gu Fei rushing out from inside. They couldn't even feel Gu Fei's aura. Is he dead? The demon god's mood was extremely complicated. He naturally wished that Xiao Chun would die quickly, so that he could regain his freedom. But once Xiao Chun died, no one could remove the restrictive spell on him. He was very clear. In this way, the restrictive spell on him, it had become his biggest hidden danger. No one knew if the restrictive spell would collapse. Once it did, there would be serious consequences. All of this was unpredictable. Hence, the demon god didn't want Gu Fei to die. He was in such a mood. But it was extremely contradictory. Is Gu Fei really dead? Song Ke frowned. He naturally didn't want Gu Fei to die just like that. One had to know. He still needed Gu Fei to restrain Emojuyo. With Gu Fei, Emojuyo didn't dare to be too presumptuous. One had to know. Only Gu Fei could help him return to the Chaos Demon realm. To anger Gu Fei, for Emojuyo, there was no benefit. However, if Gu Fei had really fallen, then the situation would immediately become uncontrollable. Emojuyo would no longer have any scruples. He would do something. Even Song Ke and the demon god couldn't guess it. Would you? At this moment. But there was one person who was extremely angry. That person was Emojuyo. He couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura anymore. This made him shocked and angry. Of all the people present, he was the only one. He was the one who didn't want Gu Fei to die just like that. He still needed to test Gu Fei before he could return to the Chaos Demon realm. How dare you ruin my plans? I'm not done with you. Emojuyo roared as he rode the old black bull and charged into the chaos. He instantly reached where Huaju was. He was extremely overbearing. Madman Emo, what do you want? Huaju ancestor naturally recognized Emojuyo. Back then, they had fought before, but there was no clear winner. Haha, you're stupid. What else can I do? Naturally, I'm going to take your dog life. Emojuyo laughed. Then he attacked. His right hand grabbed forward. The chaotic aura in front of him was immediately dispersed by the power ripples that surged out of his hand. At the same time, Huaju ancestor felt his body tighten. He was enveloped by an invisible force. Then, he pulled himself forward. Roar. Huaju ancestor roared. His body shook. 10 balls of divine fire immediately rushed out from his body. They smashed towards Emojuyo. The 10 balls of divine fire were like 10 divine suns. The wave of power released shook the entire chaotic void. The boundless primal chaos was dispelled. Chapter 3375. Huaju ancestor had only disappeared for a short period of time. Now that he had reappeared and displayed such a powerful battle prowess, it shocked the demon god and Song Quebec. How did this guy's cultivation level suddenly increase so much? Demon Venerable God transmitted his voice to Tsang Quebec. At that moment, Tsang Kei's face was extremely solemn. Could it be that Huoju Great Ancestor still has a backup plan in the ancestral god realm? Otherwise, how could he? The reason why Tsang Kei thought this way was because he had also done the same thing. He had also left a backup plan in the ancestral god realm, but unfortunately, the person who stabbed him was his foster brother, and he knew everything about him like the back of his hand. Under such circumstances, it was useless even if Tsang Kei had a backup plan. However, Huoju Great Ancestor was different. Although he was an extreme expert of the Hua clan, he had always been a loner and no one knew his actual strength. I heard that this guy died in the Chaos Demon realm back then. I can't believe he's still alive. Demon Venerable God said in shock. He had also experienced the turbulent era that swept through the entire ancestral god realm. However, he was still a small cultivator back then, and it was not easy for him to survive. During that era, Huoju Great Ancestor's strength was undeniable. Humph, this guy is like a haunting ghost. How could he die so easily? Tsang Kei stared at the powerful figure in front of him and said coldly. He had seen with his own eyes how Huoju Great Ancestor escaped. Huoju Great Ancestor fought with someone until only his heart was left. However, it seemed that Huoju Great Ancestor had recovered a lot of his cultivation level and combat power. Boom. Bang. In the void in front of them, two figures charged out from the chaos. Wherever they went, the powerful impact caused the void to be annihilated. The two powerhouses were like two gods of destruction. Wherever they went, everything was obliterated. This was a battle between the power of the demon Tao and the power of the divine Tao. Waves of power at the extreme Tao level spread out. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao formation stabilizing this part of the void, the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan would have been destroyed again. One had to admit that Emojioyo's fierce name was not just for show. The Devil 9 Kills was an invincible demonic divine power. Shua. He disappeared into the void, leaving no traces behind. All of his aura had disappeared, shocking Ancestor Huoju. Just as Ancestor Huoju was bewildered, a hand silently appeared behind him and gently patted his back. In the next moment, Ancestor Huoju's physical body exploded into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Emojioyo to be able to destroy old Ancestor Huoju's body with a single palm. One should know that Huoju Ancestor was not a weakling. In the past, Huoju Ancestor was one of the strongest supreme god ancestors in the ancestral god realm. Rumble. At this moment, the cloud of blood mist in the sky was bursting with boundless flames. The power of the extreme divine way was erupting. In the next instant, the cloud of blood mist instantly converged together, and a powerful figure emerged from within the towering divine flames. Ancestor Huoju walked out from the divine flame. Emojioyo. He stared at the empty space in front of him. There was nothing there, but he suddenly attacked. A flaming sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and pierced through the empty space. Emojioyo's 9 kills. Extermination. A voice was heard in the void. Then, a ball of black light spread out from the void in front of Ancestor Huoju. The ball of black light destroyed everything. Even the void was destroyed by the black light. Nothing was left. In the next moment, Ancestor Huoju felt his vision go black. The universe seemed to have turned upside down. Then, he was surrounded by endless darkness. Forefather Huoju was shocked. He felt as though he had arrived in a void of absolute darkness. His divine power was being continuously devoured by this dark void. In an instant, he felt the divine source in his body being shaken. This made his face change. Emojioyo, you bastard. Ancestor Huoju clenched his teeth and spat out a crimson fire bead. As soon as the bead appeared, it gave off boundless fiery light and lit up the surrounding darkness. He knew that if he did not pay a price, he would definitely not be able to escape. In the next moment, boom, with a loud bang, the divine bead that Huoju Ancestor spat out actually exploded. Although it was only the size of a thumb, the power that was released when it exploded was extremely powerful. It was the destructive power of the extreme Tao level. Rumble. The terrifying destructive power exploded and pierced through the dark void. The aura of the outside world seeped in. Ancestor Huaju naturally would not miss this opportunity. He charged out immediately. Just as Patriarch Huaju charged out of the dark void, a cold snort rang in his ears. In the next moment, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was blasted into a bloody mist. The ball of blood mist did not disperse. Instead, it charged out and rapidly reformed. Flesh and blood regrew, and a figure appeared in the void once again. Ancestor Huaju was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Even if he was blasted into a ball of blood mist, he could still reform his body and recover instantly. However, the moment Ancestor Huaju reformed his body, a demonic needle pierced the center of his eyebrows. Roar! Ancestor Huaju shrieked. His body that had just reformed was instantly annihilated in the void again. A ball of divine light was nailed into the void by the demonic needle. God-killing demonic needle. Seeing this, Song Kei could not help but be shocked. It was a famous demonic weapon of demonic path, the God-killing demonic needle. This kind of needle specialized in destroying the soul. Once pierced, one soul would definitely be destroyed. I will not die. A powerful spirit rippled from the ball of divine light. In the next moment, the ball of divine light exploded with a boom and turned into countless rays of divine light that shot out in all directions. You want to escape? Did you ask me first? At this moment, a figure charged into the sky with an ancient cauldron. At the same time, the ancient cauldron in his hand vibrated. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out from the ancient cauldron, sucking the scattered lights of soul into the cauldron. However, not all of the lights of soul were sucked into the cauldron. A few managed to escape. Chapter 3376. Huaju Ancestor attacked Gu Fei, but Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. Huaju Ancestor slammed him into the ground. When he came out of the ground, the battle between Huaju Ancestor and Mo Juyu had reached its climax. Mo Juyu used the murderous Demon 9. This was Mo Juyu's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Gu Fei hid at the side and wouldn't make a move easily. Only when Huaju Ancestor was at a disadvantage did he find a rare opportunity to make a move. He soared into the sky and used the cauldron of mountain and river to take away Huaju Ancestor's primordial spirit light. However, a few rays of primordial spirit light escaped. Preposterous! Gu Fei landed on the top of the mountain and his eyes flickered. Huaju Ancestor still managed to escape, which made him very unhappy. If it wasn't for the cauldron of mountain and river, he would have been hit by Huaju Ancestor's hand and died. No one from the Golden Crow clan dared to cause trouble, but Huaju Ancestor jumped out. This was beyond Gu Fei's understanding. After beating Huaju Ancestor away, Gu Fei went into seclusion again. This time, he didn't go into seclusion on the top of the mountain. Instead, he went to the depths of the Golden Rock clan's ancestral land and didn't come out. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, on one of the 5 ancestral planets, Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star, the legendary Land of Immortals became lively. The Land of Immortals was about to appear. Countless cultivation forces on Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star could no longer sit still. They constantly sent experts to watch the Land of Immortals. At this time, the Land of Immortals devoured the power of the divine sun in the day and the power of the divine moon at night. The depths of the land were filled with supreme, immortal aura. The G-Clan on Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star also sent many experts to the Land of Immortals. These people only watched from the outside and didn't dare to enter. One had to know that the Land of Ascension had devoured an extremely powerful cultivator before. Even now, no one knew what had happened back then. At this moment, the Flying Immortal City was being overseen by the Flying Immortal Monarch. No one dared to cause trouble in the Flying Immortal City. One has to know that the Flying Celestial King was one of the strongest cultivators in the G-Clan. To be able to become a city lord was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. Is the Land of Ascension really going to collapse? The Flying Immortal King stood in the void above the City Lord Manor and looked towards the land of Flying Immortals. He saw that the entire area where the land of flying immortals was located was enveloped in an immortal light. The immortal light disappeared as quickly as it came and soon dissipated in the void. After watching for a while, the flying immortal king flew down from the sky and entered the city lord mansion. Nothing much happened during the day. Even though the number of cultivators inside the flying immortal city had grown high, there were still countless cultivators rushing towards the flying immortal city from every direction. Soon, night fell and time passed. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a loud noise came from the depths of the land of Ascension. The stone tablet that stood in the land of Ascension actually exploded. In the next moment, the place where the stone tablet stood collapsed. The ground was sinking, and soon, a huge black hole appeared on the ground. Soon, the black hole emitted a gentle divine light of the immortal path. Rumble. The entire land of Ascension shook and the ground cracked. Endless immortal light gushed out from the cracks, as if a supreme immortal lord had awakened from his slumber. Haha, I, Old Black, am finally free. Just as countless cultivators were in shock, a loud laugh came from the depths of the land of Ascension. Soon, a figure rushed out from the huge hole in the depths of the land of Ascension. Keep a low profile, Brother Black. The figure followed closely behind the black-robed young cultivator and rushed out of the big hole. Of these two individuals, the one who had laughed like ghosts and wolves was Tian. As for the young man, he was Ji Changkong. Keep a low profile, my ass. I was trapped in that godforsaken place for so long. I almost suffocated to death. I was just looking for someone to talk about life and reason with. Tian said disapprovingly. Didn't two unlucky guys come in and play with you for a while? Ji Changkong said. TCH, those two guys were too weak. They died not long after. I'm not happy about it. Now that I'm out, I'm going to play to my heart's content. Tian said and rushed towards the direction of the flying immortal city. When Ji Changkong saw the situation, he could not help but shake his head before giving chase. After Tian and Ji Changkong left, the immortal light in the land of Ascension retreated like a receding tide and disappeared into the depths of the ground. In the next moment, the ground trembled and the hole in the ground collapsed. The entire land of Ascension disappeared once again, leaving a mess on the ground. When the cultivators outside the land of Ascension entered the area, it was already too late. They could not even sense a trace of immortal aura. What's going on? Is the land of Ascension destroyed? Many people exclaimed. They could not accept the fact that the land of Ascension had disappeared. At this moment, Tian and Ji Changkong arrived at the gates of the flying immortal city. The gates were tightly shut, and there were many soldiers standing guard on the towers. Tian was a master of formations. He could see the situation of the flying immortal city with one look. The flying immortal city was enveloped by a huge battle. At this moment, the formation had already been activated. Chapter 3377. Tian and Ji Changkong were trapped in the real land of Ascension. After obtaining the Tao fruits from the land of Ascension, their cultivation and battle prowess had greatly increased. They were no longer the same as before. Tian was not someone who could calm down easily. After being trapped in that godforsaken place for so many years, he was already extremely annoyed by Ji Changkong. In the past few years, he would look for Ji Changkong every few days and fight with him. However, after fighting with Ji Changkong for a long time, Tian lost interest. Originally, when he tried to break the seal of the land of Ascension, he almost came out of that ghastly place. Who knew that two bastards would suddenly barge in and ruin his plans? One of them was called Yuntian Zhao, the other Jifan. Erebus was naturally happy to have a new playmate. However, Yuntian Zhao and Jifan were in a miserable state. The two of them were tortured by Erebus almost every day. After a few years, they died. These two were publicly acknowledged geniuses of the crepe myrtle ancestral star, yet they were toyed to death by Tian. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire world. One must know that Yun Tian Zhao was a disciple of the human realm's crepe myrtle ancestral star's Yun clan. Ji Fan was a direct descendant of the Ji clan. They were both geniuses among geniuses. However, Ji Fan was Emperor Ji's son. Even if Tian did not kill Ji Fan, Ji Changkong would definitely not let Ji Fan go. Moreover, no one knew that it was He Tian who toyed the two bastards to death in the land of Ascension. At this moment, outside the gates of the Ascension City, He Tian squinted his eyes and looked at the guy on top of the gate tower. His eyes flickered with a bright light. He saw that the guy shouting at them was a middle-aged general in armor. This middle-aged general was tall and had a full beard. His face was filled with killing intent, but he was a mighty general. The killing intent on his body was condensed from countless battles. However, in front of Erebus, who was an oddball, such a person was nothing but a shrimp. What's wrong? You two beggar-like fellows are still not going to scram? Could it be that you want me to chase you away? The general on the city gate tower said as he looked down at Erebus and Ji Changkong. What? You're telling us to scram? Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Ji Changkong walked forward and stared coldly at the general on the tower. He was just a guard, yet he dared to be so impudent in front of him. He really did not know his place. TCH, I don't care who you are. Just scram obediently. Otherwise, I'll destroy both your body and soul. The general on the city gate tower said disdainfully. Damn it, call the flying immortal king out to see me. Ji Changkong was truly enraged. He had never seen such a blind person before. Haha, little fellow, who do you think you are? Do you think a small character like you is qualified to meet our Lord City Lord? The general on the city gate tower laughed out loud, and the soldiers beside him also laughed out loud. This fellow actually wants to meet the City Lord? He's simply insane. Another soldier said in agreement, Ji Changkong, I'll kill these watchdogs. You don't have any objections, right? He Tian suddenly turned his head and smiled at Ji Changkong, revealing his white teeth. Whatever. Ji Changkong was also angered by the general on the city gate tower. This fellow was so arrogant. It seemed like he was used to acting like a tyrant. What? You actually dare to call us dogs? The general on the city gate tower was furious. He directly took a large bow from a soldier beside him and pulled out a sharp arrow. He knocked the arrow and shot it towards He Tian below the city gate tower. South, the black arrow turned into a black light and shot down from the city gate tower. In an instant, it arrived in front of He Tian. However, in the next moment, the black light stopped in front of He Tian's forehead. What? When the full-bearded general on the city gate tower saw this, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He saw that the fellow below, dressed in rags, had actually used 2 fingers to catch the black arrow he shot out. My lord, this. When the soldiers beside the general saw this, they were also stunned. It must be known that the other party had used 2 fingers to catch the arrow shot by their lord. The other party actually had such an ability. It seemed like their lord had kicked an iron board today. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll return it to you. He Tian laughed evilly. Then, he released the black arrow. Before the black arrow fell to the ground, he stretched out his hand and flicked the arrowhead. The shaft of the arrow immediately shattered, and the arrowhead shot towards the general on the city gate tower. The arrowhead pierced through a layer of transparent force field, and a slight ripple spread out in the void like water. Pfft! There was a soft sound, and a flower of blood bloomed on the general's shoulder. The arrowhead had pierced through the general's right shoulder, and then through a wooden pillar behind him. The general screamed in agony, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him, and then rolled on the ground, his helmet rolling to one side. The few soldiers on the city gate tower were dumbfounded by the scene before them. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. You lot, hurry up and open the city gates and let us in. He Tian said loudly in front of the city gate tower. He could already tell that the entire city had been enveloped by an activated formation, and the only way in was through the city gates. Of course, who was He Tian? He was a formation grandmaster. Although the formation before him was extraordinary, it was not unbreakable. It would just take a lot of time. However, when the soldiers on the city gate tower heard He Tian's words, they immediately woke up from their shock. They screamed, threw away their weapons, and ran away. What kind of soldiers are these? What kind of generals are these? Does your G clan raise a bunch of useless people? He Tian crossed his arms and said disdainfully, I just came out of the flying immortal land. How would I know? Ji Changkong shrugged and said helplessly. The Ji clan was the #1 clan in the ancestral Myrtle Star, and also the strongest faction. There were many birds in the forest, and there were naturally all kinds of birds. It was normal for some people to bully others. At this moment, a black shadow rushed out of the flying immortal city. The experts in the city had noticed He Tian's movements outside the city. Very soon, a black-clothed, black-bearded, middle-aged cultivator appeared on the city gate tower. When the middle-aged cultivator saw the guard who had fainted on the ground, he could not help but become serious. One had to know that a person who could injure the gatekeeper general through the force field of the Great City Barrier Array was definitely not simple. He was definitely an expert. Who are you? Why did you injure my guard? The middle-aged cultivator stood on the city gate tower and looked down at He Tian and Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong, I think you haven't been back for too long. These guys actually don't recognize you. He Tian said to Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong did not say anything. He just stood there quietly, very calm. Ji Changkong. When the black-clothed middle-aged cultivator heard He Tian's words, his expression immediately changed. His legs went soft, and his body swayed, almost falling to the ground. He tried his best to calm himself down. You really are Ji Changkong. The middle-aged cultivator's voice trembled. He looked at the shabbily clothed young man in disbelief. The other party was too young. He could not believe it. Ji Changkong was the genius of the Ji clan 10,000 years ago. Even now, people would occasionally mention this genius. It's actually true. Ji Changkong actually returned. A huge wave rose in the middle-aged cultivator's heart. This time, the Ji clan would have a good show to watch. Once Ji Changkong truly returned, the Ji clan would definitely be in an upheaval. It should be known that the current clan head of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji, was one of the popular candidates for the position of clan head. However, Ji Changkong had a higher chance of becoming the clan head than him. However, Ji Changkong was lost in the primal chaos world. After losing his strongest competitor, Emperor Ji had the opportunity to become the clan head. In the Ji clan, there was a rumor that Ji Changkong was lost in the primal chaos world because he fell into Emperor Ji's trap. In order to become the clan head of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji did not hesitate to secretly make a move against Ji Changkong. This caused Ji Changkong to be lost in the primal chaos world. Of course, this was only a rumor. Whether it was true or not, no one knew. However, now that Ji Changkong had returned, the situation was different. Do I need to pretend to be someone else? I have met the Flying Immortal King once before. Go and call the Flying Immortal King out. We will know if it's true or false. Ji Changkong said indifferently. Yes. I will go and call the city lord immediately. The middle-aged cultivator quickly turned around and left. However, just as the middle-aged cultivator in black left, a mysterious figure silently walked out from the forest in the distance. He pounced towards Ji Changkong like a ghost. Swoosh! Ji Changkong suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, a huge pit appeared where he stood. A gloomy aura of destruction spread out in the air. Divine lightning. When He Tian saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. This type of divine lightning was also known as soundless divine lightning. Its specialty was that when this type of divine lightning was used, it could be soundless, colorless, and untraceable. 9 revolutions of the heavenly art. Ji Changkong's voice came from the sky. He immediately sensed danger. He directly rushed up to the sky and executed the 9 revolutions of the heavenly art. Boom! A huge seal that exuded a terrifying aura of annihilation immediately appeared in the void. Like a huge mountain, it smashed down towards the black shadow below. Quasi-supreme level energy fluctuations rippled out from the giant seal, shaking the entire world and causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear. What? Chapter 3378. Ancestral God Realm, East Continent. Deep in the ancestral land of the Chaos Goldenrod clan, Gu Fei's place of seclusion was shrouded in chaotic aura, as if a chaotic world was being nurtured. At this time, the place where Gu Fei was cultivating had become a forbidden area. No one dared to approach it. With the demon god and the 3 rock demons guarding it, it was impossible for anyone to approach it. After Gu Fei went into seclusion, Song Ke began to take over the Golden Crow clan's territory with the ancestral land as the center. However, the Chaos Golden Rock clan was not the only one in the entire East Continent. The four clans that originally dominated the East Continent were the Golden Crow, the Mysterious Snake, the Heaven God, and the Earth Spirit. Now that the Golden Crow clan was defeated by the Chaos Golden Rock clan, the Golden Crow clan's position in the East Continent was naturally replaced by the Chaos Golden Rock clan. The Golden Crow clan was the most powerful clan among the four powerful clans. Naturally, the territory of the Golden Crow clan was also the largest among the four powerful clans. Although the Chaos Golden Rock clan had replaced the Golden Crow clan, it was the result of Song Ke borrowing the strength of the demons from beyond the heavens. Therefore, the crime of colluding with the demons was not a small one. One should know that the demons from beyond the heavens were the enemies of the entire ancestral god realm. The other experts of the East Continent were furious that Song Ke dared to join forces with Emojuyo to attack the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire East Continent became extremely tense. Countless spies from various forces had gathered outside the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Any movement of the Chaos Golden Rock clan would be immediately known by the forces of the East Continent. Song Ke had begun his campaign. The real turmoil of the entire East Continent had just begun. The Dusk Snake, the Celestial God, and the Land Spirit were also on the move. The territory left behind by the Golden Crows was definitely a juicy piece of meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. The Earth Spirit clan, in particular, took advantage of their advantages and directly occupied more than 10 cities that originally belonged to the Golden Crow clan, seizing control over a large area. Seeing that the Earth Spirit clan was trying to steal the Golden Crow clan city, the leaders of the other two clans couldn't sit still. The Celestial Deity clan and the Dusk Snake clan had occupied several territories that had originally belonged to the Golden Crow clan. If Song Ke didn't make a move soon, he would have to hand over the territories he'd worked so hard to conquer. Song Ke would never do such a thing, nor would he allow such a thing to happen. As for the otherworldly demons led by Emojoyo, they wouldn't help Song Ke anymore. Therefore, Song Ke could only rely on the chaotic Golden Rock clan to reclaim the lost land. Emojoyo was the leader of the otherworldly demons, so he naturally didn't put Song Ke in his eyes. Only Gu Fei could make this old demon feel apprehensive. Soon, the Eastern Continent was filled with the clouds of war. Song Ke could be considered a powerful figure. He defeated the experts of the Earth Spirit clan by himself and drove the Undead Spirit clan away. However, the Earth Spirit clan wasn't to be trifled with. After Song Ke drove the Earth Spirit clan away, he no longer had the strength to deal with the Dusk Snake clan and the Celestial Deity clan. Song Ke couldn't completely take over the territories left behind by the Golden Crow clan. Of course, this was only temporary. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, He Tian and Ji Chongkong ran into trouble outside the flying celestial city controlled by the Ji clan on the Myrtle clan's ancestral star in the human world. Someone took advantage of the dark night to launch a sneak attack on Ji Chongkong, who was in front of the city gate. However, Ji Chongkong had obtained the Dao fruit from the real land of flying celestial. His cultivation had already broken through to the quasi-supreme realm. The moment the mysterious person attacked him, he sensed danger. He immediately soared into the sky and unleashed the 9 revolutions heaven art. He conjured a great destruction seal and attacked the person who launched a sneak attack on him. Rumble. The black seal was like a demonic mountain. It fell from the sky. The space below the seal shook violently. Then, it collapsed and shattered. It turned into a terrifying destructive power that surged towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person was shocked. He knew that he was going to be unlucky tonight. He shouldn't have attacked so rashly. A huge seal shrouded the void below, and the vast and mighty power of a quasi-supreme being instantly sealed off all the escape routes of the mysterious man. The seal in the sky had yet to reach him, but the mysterious person already felt a huge pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on him. His feet had already sunk into the ground. Roar. That person desperately circulated the power in his body, stubbornly holding on. However, his clothes were already drenched in sweat. No matter how hard he struggled, in the next moment, the huge seal directly smashed down from the sky. With a bang, that guy was directly smashed into the ground. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the flying celestial city. Nephew Changkong, where are you? A voice rang out from within the city. At the same time, the tightly shut city gates slowly opened, and a pale-faced middle-aged man dressed in black walked out from within. This pale-faced middle-aged man was the city lord of the flying celestial city, the flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji. The flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, was an expert from the older generation of the Ji clan. In terms of seniority, Ji Xuanji was Ji Changkong's uncle. Of course, he wasn't Ji Changkong's biological uncle. In the Ji clan, seniority was very clear. Everyone had their own status. The flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, was Ji Changkong's senior. This was an unchangeable fact. At this moment, the great destruction seal that smashed the mysterious person into the ground dissipated into the air and disappeared. You dare to sneak attack me? It'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Ji Changkong directly flew down from the sky. He saw that the mysterious person was completely flattened in the huge pit created by the seal. However, he didn't die. He was still groaning in pain. As expected, it's nephew Changkong. Please follow me into the city. At this moment, the pale-faced middle-aged man that walked out from the city walked over. Uncle, how have you been? Ji Changkong smiled as he looked at the flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji. He was somewhat surprised that Ji Xuanji would personally come out to greet him. Just what was going on? Haha, uncle is doing very well. I reckon that I can still live for tens of thousands of years. Ji Xuanji laughed loudly. Uncle, please wait a moment. I'll deal with this guy first. As Ji Changkong spoke, he extended his hand and grabbed the guy in the pit, who no longer looked like a human, and lifted him up by the collar. Then, he tore off the guy's mask. It's you, Ji Wu. When the flying celestial king saw this person, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ji Wu, I didn't think that you would actually stand on the side of that despicable and shameless Emperor Ji. Now, you still want to kill me? Very good, very good. Ji Changkong's face was gloomy. He stared at the guy in his hand and clenched his teeth. Humph, the winner is the king, the loser is the thief. Since I failed today, I've been captured by you. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. That guy called Ji Wu said with a resolute expression. When Ji Changkong and He Tian first arrived at the Myrtle Ancestral Star, Emperor Ji received the news and sent assassins to get rid of Ji Changkong. However, by the time Ji Wu arrived at the flying celestial city, Ji Changkong and He Tian had already entered the true land of flying celestial. This Ji Wu was quite patient. He actually didn't leave the flying celestial city. Tonight, Ji Wu finally met his target, Ji Changkong. If he could kill Ji Changkong, Emperor Ji would definitely reward him handsomely. However, Ji Wu never imagined that Ji Changkong's cultivation had already broken through to the quasi-supreme realm, becoming the strongest existence in the world. It's very easy to die, but I won't let you die so easily, Ji Changkong sneered. Damn it, Ji Changkong. Kill me if you have the guts. Ji Wu was enraged. Nephew Changkong, we're family after all. Let's just forget about it. The flying celestial city's city lord, Ji Xuanji, said. Unfortunately, they don't treat me as family. Ji Changkong let out a sigh. Stop chattering and do it. At this moment, He Tian also walked over and said. Ji Changkong thought for a moment, then stretched out his left hand and slapped the top of Ji Wu's head, using a tyrannical force to scatter Ji Wu's primordial spirit. The palm landed on the top of Ji Wu's head, and blood immediately flowed out of Ji Wu's 7 orifices and he died. Even the flying celestial king was surprised to see Ji Changkong actually kill Ji Wu with one slap. One must know that this fellow was Ji Wu. Humph, you got lucky. Ji Changkong waved his right hand and threw Ji Wu's corpse on the ground. Let's go. Let's enter the city. The flying celestial city's city lord said to Ji Changkong. And Ji Changkong nodded before following behind Ji Xuanji into the city. He Tian naturally followed. This is the flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, said as he led the way. My brother, He Tian. Ji Changkong said. Hey Tian. Ji Xuanji muttered to himself when he heard Ji Changkong's words. There was no cultivator named He Tian on the Myrtle Star. This He Tian was probably from another planet. Very soon, Ji Changkong and the others arrived at the gates of the city lord's residence. When they arrived, someone opened the gates and welcomed them in. Under Ji Xuanji's guidance, Ji Changkong and He Tian arrived at the main hall of the city lord's residence. The flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, sat on the throne, while Ji Changkong and He Tian sat below him. At this moment, Ji Changkong felt that something must have happened to his uncle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received them so warmly. Chapter 3379. The Flying Immortal King, Ji Xuanji, personally went out of the city to invite Ji Changkong and He Tian into the Flying Immortal City. This scene was seen by the people in the city. Very soon, Emperor Ji, who was in the Ji clan's ancestral land, received the news that Ji Changkong killed Ji Wu and was invited into the Flying Immortal City by Ji Xuanji. This made him extremely angry. Emperor Ji had spent his entire life scheming against others, and even scheming against himself. All of this stemmed from his thirst for power. The reason why he was able to sit on the position of the family head was because he schemed against Ji Changkong back then. Back then, if he had not schemed against Ji Changkong, the person sitting in the clan leader's seat would not be him, but Ji Changkong. Back then, most of the Ji clan's higher-ups thought highly of Ji Changkong because he was the only Ji clan disciple that could cultivate the 9 Revolutions heavenly art to perfection. The 9 Revolutions heavenly art was an invincible cultivation technique passed down by the Ji clan's supreme great ancestor. Since ancient times, the Ji clan had produced countless talented disciples, but those that could cultivate the 9 Revolutions heavenly art to perfection were few and far between. Most of the Ji clan's disciples could only cultivate the 9 Revolutions heavenly art to the entry stage and could not advance any further. However, back then, Ji Changkong cultivated the extremely difficult 9 Revolutions heavenly art to the 2nd Revolution. This was something that shocked all of the Ji clan's higher-ups. What Emperor Ji feared the most finally happened. Once Ji Changkong returned to the Ji clan, the matter of him scheming against Ji Changkong back then would be exposed. At that time, not only would he not be able to claim the clan leader's seat, but his life would also be in danger. He knew that one of the elders in the clan was very fond of Ji Changkong back then. Once that ancestor found out that he schemed against Ji Changkong back then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Ji Changkong killed Ji Wu was the one who sneak-attacked Ji Changkong first, so he deserved to be killed. However, Ji Wu's death was a huge matter to some people. Making enemies before even returning. Very good. In the Ji clan's ancestral land, Emperor Ji stood in front of a window and looked up at the sky with a sinister smile on his face. Is War Slave here? Emperor Ji suddenly said. His voice was not loud, but as soon as he finished speaking, a silhouette silently appeared behind him, bowing and standing. Master, that battle slave was very respectful towards Empress Ji and was even a little afraid. It was a blurry existence, like a shadow. Although it stood behind Empress Ji, it seemed like it could dissipate into the void at any time. Go kill that guy. Emperor Ji retracted his gaze and said indifferently, Yes, master. He directly grabbed a red braised phoenix and started eating. That phoenix was no ordinary bird. It was a powerful creature that inherited the bloodline of the divine bird, the phoenix. Even Ji Changkong didn't expect the Flying Immortal King to use a phoenix to cook. This guy really knew how to enjoy life. Ji Changkong noticed that aside from the phoenix, there were also steamed dragon carp and roasted firebird eggs on the table. In the middle of the table, there was actually dragon crocodile meat stewing in a large pot. This table of dishes could definitely be considered the most sumptuous in the entire Flying Immortal City. Every dish was cooked from precious spirit beasts or spirit birds. Not a single dish on the table could be eaten by ordinary cultivators. Only the Flying Immortal City's city lord, Ji Xuanji, had such a method. Nephew, let's eat, Ji Xuanji said. How can I accept this? How can I accept that? Haha, then I'll start. Ji Changkong didn't just use his chopsticks. Instead, he directly used his hands. Just like He Tian, he grabbed the food and started eating. He didn't care about his image at all. These two gluttons, when the flying immortal king saw this, he was speechless. He was the city lord, so he wouldn't be like Ji Changkong and Ji Changkong. Compared to Ji Changkong and He Tian's table manners, the flying immortal king was much more refined. This was the most sumptuous meal that He Tian and Ji Changkong had eaten since they were trapped in the flying immortal land. It was also the most delicious meal. All the dishes on the table were swept clean by the two of them. Many thanks, uncle. Let's part ways here. After Ji Changkong ate and drank his fill, he stood up and planned to leave. One must know that the flying immortal king receiving them so warmly was definitely not a good thing. It was not easy to eat such a meal. Dear nephew, please wait. Seeing that Ji Changkong was about to leave, the flying immortal king hurriedly stood up and said, "This guy actually wants to eat a free meal and run. It won't be that easy. Uncle, I still have matters to attend to. I really can't stay for long," Ji Changkong said in a difficult manner. He Tian watched from the side and was happy. These uncle and nephew were fighting. Let's see who would win. Dear nephew, I know you want to return to the ancestral land as soon as possible. After all, you've been gone for so long. Ji Xuanji said, "Thank you for your understanding, uncle. Let's part ways here," Ji Changkong said, then turned around and left. Dear nephew, there's a great opportunity before us. Are you willing to let it go just like that? Ji Xuanji said loudly. What? When Ji Changkong heard this, his footsteps immediately stopped. He obtained a good fortune in the land of ascension, so he became a quasi-supreme. Now that he heard that there was another opportunity, he was naturally very curious and wanted to obtain it. Even Erebus' interest was piqued. What opportunity? Tell me about it. Ji Changkong turned around and said to Ji Xuanji, "There's a cave in a mountain range 10,000 li away from here. It's a quasi-sovereign cave. There might be a quasi-sovereign's inheritance in there." Ji Xuanji said what he knew. It turned out that not long ago, someone discovered a cave in the Scarlet Demon Ridge 10,000 li away. However, no one could open the cave. Ji Xuanji had also gone to take a look. It was a cave built by a quasi-sovereign. Even he found it difficult to open the door. The entire abode was sealed by a wave of energy. If one wanted to enter the cave, they had to break through the force that enveloped the cave. Ji Xuanji originally wanted to return to the ancestral land to borrow an immortal weapon and break it. However, no one expected Ji Changkong and He Tian to suddenly appear at this time and come to the flying immortal city. Their arrival allowed Ji Xuanji's plan to be carried out. A quasi-sovereign cave. Let's go take a look. As Ji Changkong spoke, he walked out. He Tian naturally followed. The flying immortal king also walked out. They directly soared into the sky and left the city lord's mansion. They directly left the flying immortal city and flew towards the Scarlet Demon Ridge. 10,000 li was covered in the blink of an eye in Ji Changkong's eyes. As soon as he arrived, he sensed a powerful aura. The source of this aura was the cave. Let me try. He Tian took a step forward and arrived in front of the cave in a flash. Then, he directly threw a punch at the door. Boom! Chapter 3380. The Crimson Demon Ridge was an ominous place in the celestial Myrtle Star, where the soaring immortal city was located. Even during the day, the area was covered in dark clouds and yin qi. Advertisement. The cultivators who entered the Crimson Demon Ridge felt that the surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped significantly. The entire area was pitch black, be it the soil, rocks, or plants. The entire Crimson Demon Ridge seemed to have been soaked in black ink. A faintly discernible demonic aura enveloped the entire area. As soon as He Tian and Ji Changkong entered the Crimson Demon Ridge, they immediately sensed the demonic aura in the area. They didn't expect such a place to exist in the celestial Myrtle Star. Ever since the Ji clan produced an extreme-grade sovereign, they had been the dominant clan in the celestial Myrtle Star, ruling the entire planet for countless years. Even though the Ji clan's extreme-grade sovereign had disappeared, the Ji clan's position in the celestial Myrtle Star had never changed. No one, no force, could challenge the Ji clan's position as the overlord. In the history of the celestial Myrtle Star, no demons had ever invaded the celestial Myrtle Star. However, Why would there be a place shrouded in demonic aura in the area ruled by the soaring immortal city? The reason for the demonic aura here was actually very simple. There was once a demon here, and it was an expert of the demonic path. However, in the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge, there was actually a cave, a quasi-supreme level cave. This cave was originally hidden within a mountain ridge. However, for some unknown reason, half of the mountain had collapsed, revealing the cave dwelling hidden in the mountain. The cave dwelling had attracted cultivators from all directions to venture into the Crimson Demon Ridge, but no one had been able to open the door and enter the cave dwelling. Even the city lord of the soaring immortal city, Ji Xuanji, couldn't open the door either. Although the cave dwelling was a quasi-sovereign cave dwelling, the sealing force that sealed it was extremely powerful. Even Ji Xuanji couldn't do anything about it. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise rang out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Following that, an extremely powerful energy wave surged out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. The entire space where the Crimson Demon Ridge was located became unstable due to the powerful impact. Visible ripples spread out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Boom! Soon after, another loud bang rang out from the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. An even more powerful energy rippled out, causing the entire region to tremble. Some of the mountains even collapsed in the void and turned into dust. Almost all the books you want to read can be found here. It's much more stable than the average website. It's also updated quickly. It's all written with no advertisements. What happened? The cultivators outside the Scarlet Demon Ridge were incomparably shocked. A wave of quasi-supreme aura spread out from the Scarlet Demon Ridge, and all the cultivators there grew terrified to the extreme. Someone is attacking that cave abode. In the next moment, practically all the cultivators outside Crimson Demon Ridge realized this. Scarlet Demon Ridge's grotto mansions were not a secret to other cultivators. Countless cultivators had tried to open the doors to the grotto mansions. However, no one had succeeded so far. At this moment, He Tian and Ji Changkong were staring at the entrance of the cave. It's so hard. It's even harder than the old tortoise's shell, He Tian said while swinging his fist. When he punched the stone door of the cave abode just now, the door actually emitted an extremely powerful rebound force. The old tortoise? Ji Changkong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He naturally knew who the old tortoise He Tian was talking about was. Only He Tian would dare to call that existence that. What old tortoise? Ji Xuanji curiously came over and asked. It's nothing. This guy was just joking. Ji Changkong didn't want to explain. One should know that this involved that existence. Although the Ji family was the most powerful family on the Myrtle Ancestral Star, compared to the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, the Ji family strength was actually on par with the factions and clans that had once produced extreme Dao experts. There were too few extreme Dao experts from the Myrtle Ancestral Star, but there were many extreme Dao experts from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. All right, what do we do now? He Tian said nonchalantly. He wouldn't waste his time here. If he couldn't open it, then so be it. He was already prepared to leave. Aren't you a formation grandmaster? Why don't you just create a large formation and use the power of the formation to erase the seal of the cave abode? Ji Changkong said with a smile. When Ji Xuanji saw this scene, he couldn't help but be moved. Even the look in his eyes had changed. This guy is actually a formation grandmaster? You really can't judge a book by its cover. What do you know? Old He, will never do something that's strenuous and unrewarding. He Tian said while shaking his head. What if that's the case? As Ji Changkong spoke, he took out an item. In his hand was a pearl the size of a goose egg. This pearl was actually enveloped by a layer of primal chaos light. Are you really going to give it to me? He Tian couldn't help but swallow the pearl in Changkong's palm. He naturally knew the value of this item. Ji Changkong smiled. As long as you help me open this cave abode, this primordial pearl will be yours. Primordial pearl? At this moment, the flying immortal city's city lord, Ji Xuanji, could no longer remain calm. Primordial pearl, that was the legendary primordial pearl. The flying immortal city's city lord's eyes turned red. If Ji Changkong's cultivation was lower than his, he would have snatched the primordial pearl long ago. This heaven-defying item was a supreme treasure that cultivators yearned for. However, no matter how much the flying immortal city lord envied the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. One must know that the current Ji Changkong was no longer the brat from back then. Haha, alright, it's a deal then. He Tian laughed. He naturally wouldn't do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. However, it was different now. This was the primordial pearl, something that he had always wanted. It turned out that back then, He Tian and Ji Changkong had accidentally entered the real land of flying immortals. In the real land of flying immortals, Ji Changkong had obtained a primordial pearl, while He Tian had obtained another heaven-defying item. This was also the reason why their cultivation had increased so quickly. He Tian had always wanted the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands. For this, he had fought with Ji Changkong countless times. However, in the end, he was unable to snatch the primordial pearl from Ji Changkong's hands. Now, this guy actually used the primordial pearl as the price to ask him to open this cave abode. No matter what, this was a good deal. Ji Changkong took out a primordial pearl. This was a primordial treasure that even He Tian and the flying immortal city's city lord, Ji Xuanji, were incomparably envious. For the sake of this primordial pearl, He Tian directly agreed to Ji Changkong's conditions. He prepared to set up a formation and use the power of the formation to erase the seal of the cave abode. This method was definitely feasible, but it required time. As long as there was perseverance, even an iron pillar could be ground into a needle. Not to mention the sealing power of a mere abode. Even an extreme Dao Grand Array could be obliterated as long as there was enough time. Afterwards, He Tian became busy. For the sake of obtaining the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He set up a formation without rest or sleep. Formation runes were directly shot into the void, but even more runes were imprinted into the depths of the earth. Drawing upon the power of the stars of the 9 heavens and the essence energy of the 9 underworlds, the great formation that Mahakala was setting up was incredible. It could quickly gather great power. Rumble. As the formation continued to be perfected, the power of the 9 heavenly stars was actually drawn. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and directly fell into the formation. At the same time, the earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. The essence of the earth frantically gathered. 3 days later, He Tian finally set up a super-killing formation. This killing formation continuously guided the power of the stars, as well as the life force contained in the earth. Buzz. He Tian stood in the middle of the formation. At this moment, he was like a person who walked out from the primal chaos, giving off a powerful and unapproachable feeling. At this moment, Ji Changkong and Ji Xuanji had already retreated far away. They were very clear that if they were affected, their bodies and souls would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the cultivators who received the news also charged into the Scarlet Devil Ridge and stopped to watch from afar. They were all incomparably shocked. These 3 guys actually wanted to open the cave abode and had no intention of stopping. Isn't that the flying immortal city lord? Someone noticed Ji Xuanji and recognized his identity. Flying immortal city, Ji Xuanji. Within the boundaries of the flying immortal city, the city lord, Ji Xuanji, was definitely the #1 person in this region. Otherwise, the position of the city lord would have long been taken away by others. Who are those 2? How can they stand together with the flying immortal city's city lord? Someone asked. I don't know. I don't recognize them. They look very unfamiliar. A cultivator said. To be able to stand together with the flying immortal city's city lord, these 2 definitely have a great background. An old cultivator said. He Tian and Ji Changkong were unfamiliar faces to most of the cultivators on the Crepe Myrtle Star. Not many people had seen them before, especially He Tian. Ji Changkong was very famous on the Crepe Myrtle Star 10,000 years ago. However, 10,000 years had passed. How many people of the same generation as him could survive until now? Those who could survive until now were the people of the major factions and clans. The cultivators of the smaller factions naturally wouldn't be able to last until Ji Changkong's return. Just as He Tian was arranging the killing formation to break the seal of the mysterious cave abode, Everyone in the ancestral god realm's eastern continent felt like a storm was brewing. Gu Fei was in seclusion. Some people in the eastern continent took advantage of the opportunity when Gu Fei was in seclusion to gradually become restless. Chapter 3381. In the East Continent, one of the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm, the news of the primogeniture of the primal chaos Golden Rock's return had already spread across the entire East Continent. However, the news of the primal chaos Golden Rock Song K colluding with the demons from beyond the heavens to attack the Golden Crow clan had also spread. This was not a small matter in the ancestral god realm. Colluding with the demons would cause public indignation in the ancestral god realm. One must know that the demons from beyond the heavens were the mortal enemies of the ancestral god realm. Song K colluding with the demons from beyond the heavens would definitely make him the public enemy of the ancestral god realm. However, not everyone could beat Song K's opponent. There weren't many people in the ancestral god realm who dared to provoke Song Quebec. It had to be said that the East Continent was definitely the most turbulent region in the ancestral god realm. The Primal Chaos Golden Rock Race's Primal Chaos Golden Rock Race, Song K had started one war after another to fight for the territories left behind by the Golden Crow Race. The Golden Crow Race was once the strongest race in the East Continent. The territories they occupied were naturally the best in the entire East Continent. Mines, herb forests, spiritual springs, etc. These were all places that Song K had to control. The Chaos Golden Rock Race could only control these places to ensure that the Chaos Golden Rock Race could cultivate in peace and not have to worry about various cultivation resources. However, there were many forces that had their eyes on the Golden Crow Race's mines and herb forests. A divine crystal mine that was originally controlled by the Golden Crow Race was occupied by the Earth Spirit Race. Song K had to pay a huge price in order to take back the divine crystal mine. The deity race had taken over a herb forest that was 15,000 miles east of the Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground. Thus, Song K had another fight with the deity race. The deity race was incomparably powerful. They actually dispatched an ancestor-level existence. Even Song K would find it difficult to take back the herb forest in a short time. The herb forest occupied a vast area with a circumference of 1,000 miles. There were 9 spiritual springs that were gushing out to nourish the land. This place was called the Immortal Medicine Ridge. It was a place where the immortal divine herb had once grown. Of course, the immortal divine herb had already left. Due to the departure of the immortal spirit herb, the spiritual energy in the Immortal Medicine Ridge had decreased by more than half. Even so, it was still the best place to grow spirit herbs in the Eastern Continent. Moreover, some people said that there was a quasi-immortal divine medicine in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. It was precisely because of this that the deity race took over the Immortal Medicine Ridge. At this moment, in a valley 800 miles away from the Immortal Medicine Ridge, there were many tents set up. There were powerful gods patrolling the surroundings. The place was heavily guarded. Song K, Peng Jingtian, and the other higher-ups of the Golden Rock Race were sitting in the largest tent. Ancestor, should we go and invite someone? Peng Jingtian broke the silence in the tent. Who is still in seclusion? How can I invite him? Song K shook his head. If they could invite that person over, the predicament they were facing would be easily solved. However, that person was currently in closed-door cultivation. Who would be able to invite him? I heard that someone is about to come out of seclusion. Can we postpone our operation in the Immortal Medicine Ridge? Peng Shi looked at Song K and said, "The mysterious snake race seems to be counterattacking. We have to prepare as soon as possible." The Golden Rock Goddess said. At this moment, they were basically declaring war against the major forces of the Eastern Continent. Even someone as strong as Song K would have a headache fighting against those forces. Then let's postpone it for now, Song K said helplessly. The chaotic Golden Rock Race was facing their toughest test. They could be attacked by the major forces of the Eastern Continent at any time. The chaotic Golden Rock Race was no longer the same as before. Back then, the chaotic Golden Rock Race was so majestic and had countless experts. But now, the chaotic Golden Rock Race was in a miserable state. The remaining clansmen were basically people who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. They were not simple people to be able to survive the pursuit of the Golden Crow race until now. Although their cultivation was not high, they were all extremely smart. All of you, leave. Let me have some time alone. Song Ke waved his hand and said,
Yes.
Peng Jingtian and the others quickly stood up and bowed to Song Ke before leaving. Gu Fei, Song Ke muttered to himself. If Gu Fei did not go into seclusion, he would definitely be able to ask him to get rid of the deity race's ancestor in the immortal Medicine Ridge. The deity race's ancestor was extremely powerful. Moreover, he carried a great treasure of the deity race with him. This was also the reason why it was difficult for Song Ke to take him down. Song Ke closed his eyes and said no more. At this moment, Peng Jingtian and the others stopped outside the tent. Then, Peng Jingtian said to the Golden Rock Goddess, Go back and take a look. Yes, Grandpa. The Golden Rock Goddess accepted the order and turned to leave. Not long after the Golden Rock Goddess left, a huge figure suddenly appeared high up in the sky, overlooking the people on the ground. Rumble. A huge hand appeared high up in the sky and slammed down towards the valley where Song Ke was. The entire void shook. Oomph! A cold laugh rang out from the valley. Then, a figure soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived high up in the sky and slapped out with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided. The huge hand that descended from the sky retreated, and the huge figure dissipated in the void. A black-robed old man appeared high up in the sky. Yu Qiong, what are you trying to do? Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Song Ke stared at the black-clothed old man. This person was the deity race's ancestor. His name was Ancestor Yu Qiong. It was because of this ancestor that Song Ke was unable to take back the immortal Medicine Ridge. At this moment, an energy storm formed from the collision of the two forces spread out in all directions. The entire void cracked and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. However, the mighty power ripples that were descending were blocked by a wave of power. A formation diagram appeared in the void, emitting powerful divine power ripples. But soon, the formation that had appeared in the void disappeared again. I came to tell you that the immortal Medicine Ridge belongs to the deity race. Don't cause trouble. The black-clothed old man looked at Song Ke expressionlessly and said indifferently, What did you say? Song Ke couldn't help but be furious. These fellows who took advantage of the situation were truly despicable. That's all. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you. The black-robed old man Yu Qiong said. His tone carried a trace of cold killing intent. He was not joking. Ha ha! Song Ke laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Since you're here, don't leave. Just as the black-clothed old man was about to leave, Song Ke moved. He took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Ancestor Yu Qiong. Without any hesitation, Song Ke swung his right fist and punched at Ancestor Yu Qiong. You think you can make me stay? Are you kidding me? After saying that, Patriarch Yu Qiong took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Song Ke's punch landed in the air. There was no point of impact. What? Song Ke was shocked. What kind of secret skill was that? To think that he could disappear right in front of me. Just as Song Ke was in shock, a figure suddenly appeared above his head and stomped down on him. Damn it! Song Ke immediately executed his killer move. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the void, wanting to devour his opponent. Swoosh! Ancestor Yu Qiong was really devoured by Song Ke's killer move. However, at the next moment, boom! The pitch-black whirlpool that Song Ke had conjured exploded, and a figure dashed out of the void. What? When Song Ke saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Kill. The black-clothed old man, Ancestor Yu Qiong, sent a punch right in front of Song Quebec. The fist was expanding rapidly in his eyes. Song Ke quickly dodged Ancestor Yu Qiong's punch. At the same time, his right leg swept towards Ancestor Yu Qiong's waist like a whip. Ancestor Yu Qiong did not dodge. Instead, he blocked with a single hand. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the void rumbled as Ancestor Yu Qiong blocked Song Ke's right leg. Then, He moved his leg and kicked towards Song Kei's chest like a venomous snake. If Song Kei was hit by this kick, there would definitely be a bloody hole in his chest. Song Kei hurriedly retreated. However, Elder Yu Qiong followed him like a shadow. The strength of the kick did not change at all. It was still aimed at Song Kei's chest. What? Song Kei's shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly soared into the sky and avoided this calamity. Kill! Song Kei roared furiously. As he waved his hands, rays of dazzling spiritual light shot out from his hands and pierced through him. Every ray of divine light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. This wasn't the power of a quasi-supreme being, but a power even stronger than that of a quasi-supreme being. Kill! Yu Qiong roared and unleashed his killer move. A huge seal appeared above Yu Qiong's head, emitting a torrential divine power wave. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the huge seal descended from the sky, continuously shattering the void as it pressed down on Song Quebec. The void below the huge seal seemed to have solidified. The divine light that Song Kei shot out actually couldn't stop this huge seal. This huge seal continued to press down on Song Quebec. Chapter 3382. The deity race was a race that had been passed down for countless years. The race had once produced a supreme ancestor god. They were the inheritors of the supreme path and had an unimaginable foundation. Even the Golden Crow race, once known as the strongest race in the East Continent, was wary of the deity race and was unwilling to provoke them. But now, the deity race had occupied the immortal medicine ridge that originally belonged to the Golden Crow race. This was the place where the immortal medicine had been produced. This area was unusual. Even ordinary spiritual medicines would have their medicinal properties greatly enhanced if they were planted in the immortal medicine ridge. The medicinal properties of the spirit herbs that grew in the immortal medicine ridge were several times stronger than those of the same age in other places. Someone said that although the immortal medicine ridge hadn't produced an immortal medicine for a long time, there was a quasi-immortal medicine. Perhaps the quasi-immortal medicine was the reason why the deity race occupied the immortal medicine ridge. Even when Song Kei came personally, they had no intention of returning the immortal medicine ridge. They even fought with Song Quebec. At this moment, the deity race's ancestor, Yu Qiong, and Song Kei were fighting high up in the sky. A giant seal emitted a monstrous wave of divine power and pressed down on Song Quebec rumble. The entire void was shaken by the giant seal. Countless pitch-black cracks appeared, as if it was going to collapse and explode in the next moment. Song Kei, who was below the giant seal, was the first to bear the brunt. He felt an endless pressure descending from the sky, almost suffocating him. Roar! Song Kei roared furiously. Divine power surged from his body and ancient divine runes appeared on his body, sealing the void around him. The divine power that descended from the sky was immediately repelled by the divine power that surged out from Song Kei's body. Die! Song Kei threw his head back and roared furiously. He threw a punch at the incoming seal, and 9 almost perfect divine patterns appeared on his fist, drawing upon the supreme power of the divine Tao. Boom! With a loud bang, Song Kei's fist smashed fiercely onto the huge seal that was crashing down. Then, the huge seal actually began to tremble. The might of Song Kei's punch shocked everyone. Damn it! Old ancestor Yu Qiong let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his figure appeared on the seal and he sat down. An extremely powerful ancestor-level power rippled out from the figure. In the next moment, the power ripple that erupted from the seal became even more powerful. Buzz! The void was shaking. That big seal was just faintly visible in the void, but it gave people a feeling of supremacy, as horrible as the arrival of a supreme god ancestor. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the huge seal. Humph! Song Kei sneered. He continued to throw a punch upwards. A violent fist force exploded. The instant the two forces collided, an energy storm spread out in all directions. Two figures were moving quickly. Song Kei and Ancestor Overlooked Qiong were locked in battle. Song Kei was once an extreme Tao universe enlightened ancestral god, so his cultivation naturally couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, Ancestor Overlooked Xiong wasn't an ordinary figure as well. When two experts like them met, there would naturally be the most dazzling sparks. Soon, Song Ke gained the upper hand. His fists continuously forced Ancestor Overlooked Xiong to retreat. Everyone who saw this scene was in disbelief. This is outrageous. Ancestor Overlooked Xiong knew that if he didn't use that item, he would definitely not beat Song Ke's match. He really didn't want to use that item, but he had to. In the next moment, a ball of divine light rushed out from Ancestor Overlooked Xiong's body and rushed towards Song Quebec. Boom. A terrifying divine power spread out from the ball of divine light. A large area of the void began to collapse, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. It was a bone, a golden divine bone that looked like refined gold. As soon as the divine bone appeared, the entire area immediately changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. A wave of extreme Tao divine power came out from the divine bone. The valley below was shaking, and a killing formation appeared in the void. The entire valley below was covered by the formation. The experts of the Chaos Primordial clan in the formation were shocked. They never thought that Song Ke would use the power of the extreme Tao. Once the power of the extreme Tao was released, even the killing formation guarding the valley below could not bear it. The entire formation became very unstable. Humph. The power of the extreme Tao surged out from the golden divine bone. Song Ke just sneered. This golden divine bone was definitely left behind by our extreme Tao god ancestor. If Ancestor Overlooked Xiong's opponent was an ordinary cultivator, the golden divine bone could only serve as a deterrent, but it would not really affect Song Quebec. That was because he was a real extreme Tao god ancestor in that ancient era. He had once killed his way into the Chaos Demon Realm and killed all the demons in the Chaos Demon Realm. Although his cultivation realm had fallen from the extreme Tao, he still had the body of a real extreme Tao expert. Song Ke was not afraid of the golden divine bone. He directly attacked. What? Seeing this, Ancestor Overlooked Xiong was shocked. He knew that Song Ke had a supreme master constitution, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. Boom. Song Ke's fist directly collided with the golden divine bone, and a dazzling divine light burst out. The next moment, the vast destructive power directly destroyed the surrounding void. The golden divine bone that released the power of the extreme Tao was actually sent flying by Song Ke's fist. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, especially those who knew about the origin of the golden divine bone. They were even more shocked that Song Ke was so powerful. The battle between Song Ke and Ancestor Overlooked Xiong was so big that it attracted some powerful existences to watch the battle from afar. Song Ke, you colluded with the extraterrestrial demons to harm the Golden Crow clan. Everyone has the right to kill you. Ancestor Overlooked Xiong said in a deep voice. He controlled the golden divine bone and used the power of the extreme Tao to fight against Song Quebec. The golden divine light lit up the entire place, dyeing it golden. At this moment, Ancestor Overlooked Xiong was like a golden battle ancestor that had descended, giving off an indescribable pressure. Haha, is that so? I'm right here. Come and kill me if you can. Song Ke laughed. 9 ancient divine runes appeared on his body, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura. The 9 divine runes on his body began to gather the power of the extreme Tao. Ancestor Overlooked Xiong was both shocked and furious. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think he's invincible? Buzz. Ancestor Overlooked Xiong performed a technique and activated the power of the extreme Tao within the golden divine bone. Boundless golden light burst out from the golden divine bone. Golden divine runes began to appear on the golden divine bone. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. The two experts faced each other in the sky. This time, both of them used the power of the extreme Tao. This battle was destined to shock the world because it was a contest of power of the extreme Tao. While Song Ke and Ancestor Overlooked Xiong were facing each other, the Golden Rock Goddess had already returned to the primal Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. In the depths of the ancestral land, chaotic Qi lingered. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the primal chaos. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard, shaking the hearts of people. At this moment, outside the place where Gu Fei was in seclusion, there were many great figures that could shake the entire ancestral god realm. Emojioyo, the demonic divine Venerable, and the 3 gargoyle demons. These guys were existences that could shake the entire ancestral god realm with a single step. When the Golden Rock Goddess arrived, Gu Fei had no intention of coming out of seclusion. Emojioyo and the others were waiting. They felt that Gu Fei should come out of seclusion in a few days. The Golden Rock Goddess was a little disappointed. One should know that the reason she came back was to see if Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. If Gu Fei had come out, then she would ask Gu Fei to take back the immortal medicine ridge. Rumble. At this moment, 2 auras of the extreme Tao arrived from afar and directly entered the ancestral grounds of the Chaos Golden Rock race. Even though there was a formation protecting the entire ancestral grounds of the Chaos Golden Rock race, the 2 auras still managed to seep in. The great figures gathered in the ancestral land were shocked when they sensed the 2 auras of the extreme Tao. Then, a few powerful divine senses rushed out from the ancestral land and instantly tracked the source of the auras. Song Ke is fighting with the deity race. Emojioyo muttered to himself. He knew why the Golden Rock Goddess came back. They must have encountered a powerful opponent that they couldn't handle, so they came back to ask for help. They also knew who the Golden Rock Goddess wanted to ask for help, but unfortunately, Gu Fei was in seclusion. What's going on? Just when everyone was in doubt, a voice came from the primal chaos in front of them. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the primal chaos, spoke. The 2 auras of the extreme Tao alarmed Gu Fei. Is Master coming out of seclusion? The demonic divine Venerable quickly asked. Not yet. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the primal chaos, replied. Taoist Gu, please make a move. At this moment, the Golden Rock Goddess finally seized the opportunity to speak. Song Ke wants to take back the immortal medicine ridge. That's great. Who's going to help them? Gu Fei said. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Gu Fei to agree so easily. Emojioyo and the rest were hesitant. No one is going to step forward? Then I'll call the names. Gu Fei said indifferently, I'll go. Chapter 3383. There was an aura at the extreme Tao level coming from the immortal medicine ridge. The aura was too strong. It not only alarmed the experts in the Golden Rock race's ancestral land, it even alarmed Gu Fei, who was still in seclusion. Although Gu Fei was in seclusion, but it wasn't the kind of seclusion where he would die. Even if he was alarmed, there was no danger. At his level of cultivation, naturally, he knew where the aura coming from in the ancestral land of the Golden Rock race came from. Who was it coming from? Immortal Medicine Ridge. That was a place to cultivate elixirs. This kind of place. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let the deity race take it. He wanted to help Song Ke take it back. Actually, his goal. It was for the legendary quasi-immortal divine medicine. Just before they attacked the Golden Crow race, they had already figured out the actual situation of the Golden Crows. Immortal Medicine Ridge. That was the place they had to get. They couldn't let other forces take it. However, life was unpredictable. Man proposes, God disposes. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to attack the Golden Crow race, all the forces who received the news took action at the same time. The Golden Crow race had taken too many good things. Immortal Medicine Ridge, Immortal Tree, East Continent's ancestral vein gathering place. Almost all the best things in East Continent had been taken by the Golden Crow race. Now the Golden Crow race had fallen. Countless experts wanted to take a bite of this fat meat. Even the deity race, who had a very high status in East Continent, was the same. The deity race usually wouldn't intervene in the fights between other races. But this time, they made an exception. At this moment, inside the ancestral land of the Golden Rock race. But no one was willing to help Songquebec. It was a thankless task, except for one person. That was the demon god. He and Song Ke didn't get to know each other without fighting. In the beginning, they didn't like each other. But gradually, they became good friends. That was why they themselves did not know why they were like this. I'll make a trip there. When Gu Fei called out the generals, everyone was silent and hesitant. The demon divine lord walked out. All right, then you should make a trip, Gu Fei said. Afterward, his figure disappeared into the depths of the chaos. Shua. The demon god did not hesitate. He shot up into the sky. It transformed into a divine rainbow. He disappeared from everyone's sight. It was extremely fast. This guy is rushing to reincarnate. One of the demons behind Emojoyo muttered. This powerful demon was one of the big shots among the demons from beyond the heavens. Compared to Emojoyo, his status was only one level lower. Emojoyo's supreme status among the outer heavens demons was unshakable. Shut up, Emojoyo said solemnly. The leader of the demons was startled. He quickly shut his mouth. He did not dare to speak anymore. The three demons guarding at the side glanced at the leader of the demons, but they did not say anything. However, there was a trace of disdain in their eyes, but everyone could see it. The leader of the demons was very unconvinced. These three stone-like guys, they were just servants of others. What was there to be arrogant about? Naturally, Emojoyo saw all of this with his eyes, but he turned a blind eye to it. He ignored everyone. He just looked at the rolling chaos in front of him. At this moment, high in the sky outside the immortal medicine ridge, two powerful figures were confronting each other. The extremely terrifying aura of the extreme path spread in all directions. Quebec, are you really not willing to give up the immortal medicine ridge? Old ancestor Yu Qiong stared at Song-Ke opposite him. His face was extremely solemn. One had to know. Song-Ke used to be a supreme existence of the extreme path, even though he had fallen from the extreme path realm. But he still had the constitution of the extreme path realm. His flesh and bones still had the characteristics of immortality. In essence, it was not inferior to the golden godbone in Yu Qiong's hands. However, the golden godbone in Yu Qiong's hands was a real extreme path godbone. The power of the extreme path contained within it was also extremely powerful. It was left behind by a peak extreme path ancestral god. The golden godbone contained a complete extreme path Dao pattern. Its power was naturally comparable to a pseudo-supreme like Quebec Rumble. The two extreme path level powers were fighting. The void between the two was collapsing and being destroyed. Chaos energy seeped out from the void. There was a pitch-black abyss between Song-Ke and old ancestor Yu Qiong. Waves of terrifying destructive aura spread out from the void, which was constantly being annihilated. Just as the two experts were about to fight, just as the battle was about to start, a beam of divine light descended from the sky. It landed behind Quebec. You're here. Song-Ke did not turn around, but he was extremely familiar with the aura of the newcomer. It's you, demon god. At this moment, old ancestor Yu Qiong also saw the appearance of the newcomer. He could not help but be shocked. The demon god race did not have many people in the ancestral god realm, but each and every one of them was an expert, especially demon god. He was one of the top experts in the demon god race. Seeing that the other party had such a powerful helper, even old ancestor Yu Qiong felt immense pressure. Yu Qiong, isn't the heavenly god race always ignoring the outside world? Why are you acting like a bandit today? Demon god looked at old ancestor Yu Qiong. He laughed coldly. Robber. Old ancestor Yu Qiong heard that. A pair of white eyebrows immediately stood up. His eyes shone brightly under his brows. Looting a burning house. What are you if not robbers? Demon god said coldly. Watch your words. What robber? We are helping the Golden Crow race to look after the immortal medicine ridge. Do you understand? Old ancestor Yu Qiong said angrily. Haha. Good. To think that we haven't met for 1,000 years. Old man, you sure know how to argue. Demon god laughed out loud. He had been cultivating in the heaven region battlefield for thousands of years. He would return to the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm once every 1,000 years. He really did meet Patriarch Yu Qiong 1,000 years ago. If you know what's good for you, then quickly retreat. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Ancestor Yu Qiong's tone was extremely cold. I'm afraid of you, Yu Qiong. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. There's no point in talking more. The thing demon god hated the most in his life was being threatened. After hearing Patriarch Yu Qiong's words, he couldn't help but be angry. "Brother, he's mine. Don't fight with me," Song Ke suddenly said. He didn't seem to take old ancestor Yu Qiong seriously at all, although the deity race was powerful. But he wasn't a vegetarian either. "Brother, how about I teach this old man a lesson first?" Demon Divine Venerable said. He had no intention of retreating. "Are you itching for a fight?" "Haha. Okay, then I'll let you practice," Song Ke said as he retreated. He was well aware of the demon god's cultivation base and combat strength. The Demon Divine Lord was also a super expert who could use the extreme path power. "Haha, thank you so much, brother." The Demon Divine Lord laughed and strode forward. "You two bastards, how dare you look down on me? I'll make sure you won't be able to cry later." Old ancestor Yu Qiong saw that Song Ke and the Demon Divine Lord didn't seem to care about him at all. He couldn't help but be furious. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to eat those two guys alive. "Buffed. Who do you think you are? Extreme Path Ancestor God. You want to fight us?" The Demon Divine Lord said disdainfully. He glanced at the golden divine bone in Yu Qiong's hand. Then he stopped smiling. The golden divine bone in Yu Qiong's hand was extraordinary. Boom. Old ancestor Yu Qiong didn't say anything. He directly waved the golden divine bone in his hand. A golden light turned into a light blade. It directly slashed at the Demon Divine Lord opposite him. The extremely sharp golden light blade directly split open the void. Wherever it passed, an imperceptible spatial crack was left in the void. "Oomph," the Demon Divine Lord sneered. He waved his hands. Black and white yin-yang qi immediately surged out from his hands. It formed a yin-yang diagram. Buzz. The void shook. The golden light blade could not break the yin-yang diagram that the Demon Divine Lord had evolved. The light blade was reversed by the yin-yang diagram. It slashed at old ancestor Yu Qiong. "What?" Old ancestor Yu Qiong was taken aback. He never expected the Demon Divine Lord to have such a move. It could reverse his attack. How is that possible? Swoosh. Old ancestor Yu Qiong stretched out his hand. A heaven-devouring power immediately appeared on the golden divine bone. He retracted the golden blade of light that he had slashed back at him. The golden light blade, which was as sharp as a heavenly blade, instantly disappeared into the golden divine bone. It disappeared. The Demon Divine Lord saw it. He couldn't help but be startled. The power of the golden divine bone could be released and retracted at will. As a result, the golden divine bone's divine power consumption would be minimized. "Go to hell," Yu Qiong roared. He fully activated the golden divine bone in his hand. A powerful force immediately erupted from the god's bone. Boom. An extremely dazzling golden light erupted from the golden divine bone. Countless rays of golden light pierced through the Demon Divine Lord in an earth-shattering manner. The speed was extremely fast. "Yin-yang shield," the Demon Divine Lord shouted. He waved his hands. The demon power and divine power formed a yin-yang diagram. The two powers intertwined with each other. They formed a shield in front of him. The countless piercing golden lights were blocked by the yin-yang shield that the Demon Divine Lord had evolved. What? Seeing that scene, everyone was taken aback. No one expected the Demon Divine Lord's defense to be so powerful. Even Yu Qiong couldn't break it with his extreme power. "You actually succeeded in taking that step." Old ancestor Yu Qiong stared at the Demon Divine Lord opposite him, as if he had seen a ghost. He was inexplicably shocked. He used the extreme divine bone to launch an attack. The other party actually blocked it with his bare hands. The Demon Divine Lord did not speak. At that moment, countless golden lights dissipated. In the golden light, a figure stood with his head held high with a sword. The power of the Demon Divine intertwined on the figure. 9 Tao patterns appeared on his body. It emitted a powerful Tao voice. "Eat my palm." Chapter 3384. The demon god had arrived. He wanted to challenge Ancestor Yu Qiong from the deity race as soon as he arrived. The demon god's power surged from his body. He raised his right hand and slapped Yu Qiong. Rumble. The demon god's power surged in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. A giant yin-yang hand appeared in the void and slammed forward like an ancient divine mountain. The void exploded from the impact. Seeing this scene, Yu Qiong couldn't help but be moved. The demon god race's cultivation method was indeed unique in the ancestral god realm. In the entire ancestral god realm, perhaps only the demon god race could cultivate the demonic and divine powers to the point where they could coexist. This was a secret technique of the demon god clan. Demon energy and divine energy coexisted in the body and intertwined with each other. Although the two energies were different in nature, the demon god clan was able to cultivate these two different energies to the pinnacle of balance. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yu Qiong activated the divine golden bone in his hand. A dragon shadow rushed out from the divine golden bone and instantly turned into a golden dragon. Endless draconic chi surged from the golden dragon. The whole world seemed like it was about to collapse. Roar! The golden dragon roared at the sky, and the surrounding void immediately exploded. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar felt the impact. Those with weaker cultivations were directly knocked out by the sound waves and fell from the sky. Although they didn't fall to their deaths, they were still covered in dust and dirt and looked extremely miserable. The great golden dragon charged directly at the yin-yang palm that was slapping towards it. Boom! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the golden dragon collided with the yin-yang giant hand. The golden dragon immediately collapsed and turned into a ball of dazzling golden light. The power of the extreme path suddenly erupted. At the same time, the yin-yang hand also dissipated in the void. A surge of demon god's power of the extreme force erupted. The two extreme force clashed, but very quickly, the two forces intertwined and wore each other down. Most of them canceled each other out, but a small portion spread out in all directions. It was this small portion of the extreme path's power that formed a terrifying energy storm. The energy storm that descended from the sky directly turned a large area of the mountain range below into dust, and the ground sank. Rumble! The world shook and collapsed. The extreme force surpassed the heavenly way. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world and turn the universe back into chaos. Xiang Kang's extreme Tao-level energy wave couldn't shake him at all. The energy storm that swept towards the immortal medicine ridge was blocked by a large formation. A barrier of light appeared in the void and enveloped the entire immortal medicine ridge. To be able to block an energy storm at the extreme Tao level, this formation protecting the immortal medicine ridge was definitely at the extreme Tao level. It was simply impossible to set up a battle of this level in the current era. Even the fire ape primogenitor, who had escaped from the Earth ancestral vein beneath the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, couldn't set up such a formation even though he was a genuine extreme Tao expert. Of course, this formation wasn't set up by the deity race. It had existed since the beginning because the person who set up this formation was Tsang Quebec. However, the person controlling this formation was someone from the deity race. This made Tsang Ke extremely depressed. After all, he'd spent a lot of time and effort to set up this formation, so the immortal herb ridge was extremely important to him. Controlling the immortal herb ridge was equivalent to controlling an inexhaustible treasury of spiritual herbs. This was the foundation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. One could imagine how depressed Tsang Ke was when he saw the array that he had set up being used against him. At this moment, two powerful figures were moving quickly in the void. Wherever the two figures passed, the void would explode and shatter. The demon god's cultivation and battle prowess were definitely extremely powerful. However, Yu Qiong was not someone to be trifled with. The extreme Tao golden divine bone in his hand was emitting an increasingly powerful extreme Tao power. On the golden divine bone, golden dragon shadows could be seen from time to time. The extreme Tao golden divine bone was an extreme Tao saint artifact that contained extreme Tao power. This power was gradually being guided out by Yu Qiong. This guy, the demon god, felt more and more exhausted as the battle went on. The extreme Tao power that erupted from the golden divine bone made him feel a great threat. The extreme Tao golden divine bone was the deity race's most valuable treasure. It was refined into an extreme Tao saint artifact, so its power was naturally extraordinary. The demon god doesn't have an extreme Tao divine weapon. I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage. Song Ke could not help but frown when he saw this scene. With his cultivation, he could naturally see through the battle between Yu Qiong and the demon god. Boom! At this moment, the golden dragon shadow appeared again. The extreme Dao power erupted and directly sent the demon god flying. Roar! The demon god roared angrily as the demon god's power erupted. He was forced to stop in the void as a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Haha, now you're not so arrogant anymore. I wonder who was the arrogant one just now. So this is all you got? Yu Qiong said with a laugh. You. The demon god was instantly furious. All right, I'll send you on your way. Yu Qiong said and directly attacked the demon god. The extreme Dao divine power rushed out from the golden divine bone in his hand and once again turned into a golden dragon, fiercely pouncing towards the demon god. You want to send me on my way? Do you have the ability to do so? The demon god roared and directly rushed up. He directly flipped over and rode on the back of the golden dragon. Bam! The demon god was extremely ferocious. He swung his fist at the golden dragon. The heavy fist energy caused the golden dragon to shake continuously. Roar! The golden dragon kept roaring and rolling in the air, trying to shake off the demon god who was on its back. However, the demon god seemed to have taken root on the golden dragon's back. No matter how hard the golden dragon rolled, the demon god was still riding on the golden dragon's back. Bam! 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 Heavy crashing sounds were constantly heard. The demon god punched the dragon again and again. Flesh and scales splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely realistic. Soon, the golden dragon dissipated in the void after being smashed by the demon god's two fists. Everyone was shocked to see that scene. Kill. After the demon god dissipated the golden dragon shadow, he directly attacked Yu Qiong. The demon god's power turned into countless sword shadows and slashed towards Yu Qiong. Humph! Yu Qiong raised the golden divine bone in his hand. A ball of golden light spread from the divine bone and shrouded him. The next moment, countless sword shadows fell from the sky and slashed on the ball of golden light. Each sword shadow instantly shattered. I have an extreme divine treasure in my hand. What makes you think you can fight against me? You're overestimating yourself, Yu Qiong said disdainfully. The golden divine bone's power was still recovering as if it was endless. Everyone was shocked. Even the demon god felt something was wrong. He was too careless and underestimated the golden divine bone in his opponent's hand. Kill. The demon god's right hand was already pressing towards Yu Qiong. However, Yu Qiong raised his hand and the demon god's right hand pressed on the golden divine bone in his hand. The next moment, the demon god felt a huge force colliding with the golden divine bone. The next moment, the demon god was sent flying thousands of miles away. His right hand was trembling. What a strong recoil force! Even the demon divine Venerable was unable to resist it and was sent flying. Yu Qiong wanted to, brother, let me take care of this. At that moment, Song Ke could no longer sit still. The demon god was already at an absolute disadvantage. No one knew what the outcome would be if they continued to fight. While speaking, Song Ke had already come to the demon god's side and hugged the tottering demon god. Be careful, this guy is very cunning. The demon god whispered into Song Ke's ear. Song Ke nodded and said nothing else. Rumble. A golden divine bone directly smashed towards Song Quebec. Wherever the golden divine bone passed, the void shattered and returned to chaos. Keep. Song Ke directly transformed into a black hole and wanted to suck the golden divine bone into it. Buzz. The void space trembled, and the huge hole that appeared in the void space emitted a shocking devouring power. It actually shook the golden bone. However, this scene only lasted for a short moment. In the next moment, the golden bone that seemed to have been shaken seemed to have come to life. It directly shattered space and broke free from the devouring force from the black hole in the sky. The golden divine bone flew back to Yu Qiong's hand. The next moment, it flew up again and turned into a golden dragon, attacking Song Quebec. What? Seeing that scene, many people seemed to be very surprised. Facing the golden dragon that was charging at him, Song Ke only punched out. Bang! His punch landed squarely on the golden dragon's nose. In the next moment, the golden dragon's head exploded, followed by its body. Soon, the entire dragon disintegrated and disappeared just like that. Yu Qiong could not help but be shocked when he saw that. Song Kei's cultivation was much stronger than the demon god. He was a strong opponent. However, Yu Qiong was getting stronger. He had the physique of extreme path and did not have to worry about his body being crippled because there were not many things that could hurt him. Chapter 3385. Song Kei possessed the physique of extreme path. Although he was no longer extreme path god ancestor, he could still use the power of extreme path. That was the advantage of those pseudo-supreme masters who had fallen from the extreme path realm. Due to Song Kei's unconventional existence, quasi-supreme masters were not the strongest experts below the extreme path. Of course, there were very few people who had fallen from the extreme path realm. At that moment, Song Kei made his move. He had the physique of extreme path expert, so he was not afraid of the extreme path golden god bone. However, the extreme golden divine bone was left behind by a peak extreme grade powerhouse after all, and contained a trace of that extreme grade powerhouse's invincible will. It was indeed not easy for Song Kei to suppress such an extreme grade saint object. The two experts moved quickly in the void. The aura of extreme path that they emitted shocked the world. All the experts in the ancestral god realm could sense it. On this day, many old antiques who had not walked in the world for a long time were awakened from their deep sleep. Rumble. The whole world seemed like it was going to explode. Even the experts who were watching the battle from afar had to retreat further away. Who could withstand the terrifying aura of extreme path? Of course, except for Demon God. This guy can actually fight with my brother. Seems like it's not a shame for me to lose. Demon God Venerable's eyes flickered as he looked at the two figures moving quickly in the distant sky. He could clearly see all the moves of the two experts. Chaotic Golden Rock Sword. Song Kei roared and displayed his self-created sword principal killer move. It was an extreme path divine power. A shadow of a chaotic golden rock emerged from his body and soared into the sky. Countless feathers on the chaotic golden rock's body flew up and turned into rays of chaotic sword light. The chaotic sword light broke through the void and reached old ancestor Yu Qiong in an instant. It directly broke through Yu Qiong's divine shield. What? Yu Qiong was shocked. He had underestimated Song Kei's power. Buzz. The extreme Dao golden divine bone in Yu Qiong's hand began to vibrate. An invisible force shook the void, causing the surrounding void to ripple like waves. The chaotic sword light collapsed in the void the moment the invisible force spread out, and some chaotic Dao patterns dissipated. What? Song Kei was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged. The extreme Dao gold godly bone was extraordinary as expected, and the will contained within it caused even him to be extremely horrified. Song Kei, you're just us. Haha. Patriarch Yu Qiong laughed heartily. TSK, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me just because you picked up a bone from God knows where? Song Kei smiled and said disdainfully, this guy is just relying on that bone. It's nothing. If he doesn't have that bone, I can kill this guy with one hand. What did you say? Upon hearing this, old ancestor Yu Qiong was enraged. How dare this guy look down on me? Damn it. That look in his eyes was too detestable. As the old ancestor of the deity race, Yu Qiong had a high status in the deity race. He was used to being high and mighty, so when had he ever been looked down upon? Humph, don't you know what I'm talking about? If you have the guts, put away that bone and fight me. I'll let you use only one hand. Song Kei looked at old ancestor Yu Qiong coldly and said, You, old ancestor Yu Qiong almost went crazy after hearing this. However, he knew that Song Kei was right. If he did not use the extreme Dao Golden God's bone, he would definitely not beat Song Kei's opponent. He could not even defeat the demon god. However, with the extreme Dao Golden God's bone, old ancestor Yu Qiong would not be afraid of Song Kei, let alone the demon god. What? Did I say something wrong? Song Kei's face was filled with even more disdain. Go to hell. Old ancestor Yu Qiong was truly enraged. He immediately activated the extreme Tao Golden God's Bone and attacked Song Ke like a madman. You? Don't joke around. Song Ke quickly retreated in the void. Old ancestor Yu Qiong's attacks all missed. He did not even manage to touch the corner of Song Ke's clothes. There was no way he could hurt him. Roar. Old ancestor Yu Qiong roared into the sky. The shadow of a golden dragon appeared on his body, emitting an earth-shattering energy wave. He was like a reincarnated expert. However, what drove old ancestor Yu Qiong crazy was that he could not even touch the corner of Song Ke's clothes. He was about to go crazy. At this moment, Song Ke was extremely calm. He was not in a hurry to attack. The angrier his opponent was, the better it was for him. He was purposely provoking his opponent. As soon as Yu Qiong showed an opening, it would be the death of the deity race's old ancestor. Song Ke already wanted to kill Yu Qiong. Just as Song Ke and Yu Qiong were fighting, many mysterious and powerful figures arrived outside the chaotic Golden Rock Group's ancestral land. In an inconspicuous valley outside the chaotic Golden Rock Group's ancestral land, many black figures stood quietly. Are we really going to fight? One of them said. From his tone, one could tell that he was worried about something. Of course, there's no turning back. While Song Ke and the others are not inside, we can take over the ancestral land and take back what belongs to us. Another person said, but Emojioyo is still inside. That guy is not someone to be trifled with. Someone said something like that. Someone will take care of that old demon. Don't worry. The leader of the black-clothed men said softly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. They were already very unwilling to face the old devil. One must know that the old devil's prestige was earned through killing. It was unknown how many experts of the ancestral god realm had been killed by this old devil in that battle back then. No one present wanted to face this murderous demon. All right, it's time. Let's disperse. Remember, once the horn is blown, we'll attack immediately. The leader of the black-clothed men said. Yes. All of them hurriedly received their orders, and then they dispersed and vanished into the darkness of space. Not long after, the sound of a horn was heard. In the next moment, countless black figures rushed out from their hiding places and charged into the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. Enemy attack. Furious roars were heard from the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. All the experts of the chaotic Golden Rock clan who were guarding the ancestral land rushed out to stop the mysterious people. However, the mysterious people's cultivation base and combat strength were very strong. All the experts of the chaotic Golden Rock clan who were guarding the ancestral land were sent flying. What's going on? At this moment, the experts of the demons who were guarding Gu Fei's place of seclusion naturally sensed that someone had charged into the ancestral land. They were very curious as to how those people managed to pass through the formation and suddenly charge into the ancestral land. Go and take a look, Emojioyo said to an expert of the demon Dao beside him. Yes. The expert of the demons hurried out. Rumble. At this moment, a huge hand appeared in the void and slapped towards the expert of the demons who had just walked out of Gu Fei's place of seclusion. What? The expert of the demons was shocked and hurriedly slapped forward. Boom. With a loud sound, the two large hands violently collided against each other. A frightening energy ripple spread outwards, causing the empty space to tremble. The flowers, grass, mountains, and rocks below were directly turned into dust by the mighty energy ripple. The expert of the demon Dao screamed and was sent flying by a mysterious person. What? The expert of the demons was shocked. The other party had injured him with a single attack. How was he supposed to fight? The other party's cultivation base was definitely higher than his. Acting arrogantly in front of such an existence was no different from courting death. At this moment, a powerful figure walked in from the outside. It was a tall man with a body full of strength. His clothes were tattered, and he carried a rusty iron sword on his back. Emojioyo, where are you? As soon as the big guy entered, he roared and directly attacked the others. He stretched out his hand and directly attacked the stone golem. An incomparably powerful ripple of energy spread out from the giant hand, enveloping the entire area and sealing off the path of retreat for the three golems. The chaos demon ape snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the energy that was covering him was instantly broken by him. What? When the tall man saw this, he could not help but be taken aback. These three fellas didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Rumble. At this moment, a demonic hand descended from the sky. Bam! With a bang, the big guy was slapped into the ground, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The mysterious people who had just attacked from the outside were dumbfounded. That tall man was an expert. To think that he would be killed by a single slap from the other party. Roar. At this moment, a strong wave of god power erupted from that palm print. It was an extremely terrifying god power. Boom. At the next moment, a loud bang rang out. The ground exploded as a figure rushed out from the ground. Endless god light shone from this figure. It was extremely dazzling. When the powerful beings of the demons saw this, they could not help but be taken aback. Who in the world was this fella? To think that he would be able to survive a single strike from Emojioyo. This was way too overpowered. To the powerful beings of the demons, Emojioyo was an invincible existence. But now that there was someone who could stand against him, how could they not be shocked? This was especially the case for the powerful beings of the demons who had followed Emojioyo. They were feeling extremely uneasy right now. Chapter 3386. In the depths of the unfrequented primordial mountain range was a hidden valley. The entire valley was enveloped by a formation. Even Gu Fei couldn't see what was inside. Who are these people? A figure stood on a mountain, several dozen li away from the valley. Under the night sky, the figure blended perfectly with the surrounding darkness. Even if the cultivation of the clone was similar to or even stronger than Gu Fei's clone, they wouldn't be able to detect Gu Fei's presence. Gu Fei was very patient. He sat down on a boulder on the mountain peak. While Gu Fei was following Zi Yuntian to the depths of the primordial mountain range, Gu Zhong and Shaoqing returned from the Heaven Realm and returned to Wanxiang City. When Gu Zhong and Shaoqing found out what had happened, they were shocked. Are the cultivation forces of Buzhou Ancestral Star finally coming? Buzhou Ancestral Star was one of the 5 great galaxies with life in the human world. It had once produced an invincible sovereign, and the Ziyun clan was the clan that produced one. Where's my master? Is he still in seclusion? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei in the main hall of the city lord's estate. Master's real body is in seclusion. He's using a clone. The Iron Blood Taoist said. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's first disciple. He didn't dare to hide anything and told Gu Zhong everything in detail. Master might be going after that guy called Ziyuntian. The Iron Blood Taoist added after some thought. The Ziyun clan? Gu Zhong harumphed coldly in the main hall and didn't say anything else. We should send someone to investigate, Little Qing suddenly said. It should be known that if the powerful clans of the ancestral star of Buzhou really crossed the star field to come here, this was definitely not a small matter. Perhaps all the clans of the Tonglong continent would not sit still. Yes, Gu Zhong agreed and ordered the Iron Blood Taoist to send someone to do it. Meanwhile, the ancestral star of Buzhou was in a state of chaos. Many powerful races were fighting each other, and some super factions were preparing to leave for the holy land of the world of cultivators, the soaring dragon ancestral star. It didn't take long for the sun to rise. Gu Fei's clone was sitting on a boulder, motionless like a statue. Not a single trace of aura could be sensed from his body. It was as if he had blended in with his surroundings. If one did not see him with their naked eyes, no one would be able to sense his existence. At dawn, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. He found that the fog in the mountains had not dissipated, which made him feel that something was wrong. He stood up from the boulder and observed carefully. He discovered that not only did the fog above the valley not dissipate, it had even become thicker. Gu Fei didn't want to alert the enemy, so he continued to wait. However, the 2 fellows who went in last night didn't appear again. I don't believe that you won't come out, Gu Fei murmured to himself. He had decided to waste his time with Ziyuntian and his clone. Meanwhile, Gu Zhong was frowning in the main hall of the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City. Ziyuntian's background was indeed suspicious, as the factions of Buzhou Ancestral Star had yet to travel across the star fields to come here. In other words, Zi Yuntian's identity and even his name were fake. It made Gu Zhong both shocked and furious. It seemed like a mysterious faction had their eyes on them. Humph, those people are courting death, Xiaoqing said. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to target them would end up in a miserable state. The rare phenomenon caused by Gu Fei's real body and the old tortoise had yet to disappear, shocking both Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing, who had just returned to Wanxiang City. It seemed like they had made some progress while cultivating in seclusion. If the two were able to reach the quasi-supreme realm, who in the world would dare to provoke them? No one knew when Gu Fei's real body would come out from seclusion, but Xiaoqing and the others were not worried that they would fail to defend Wanxiang City. Besides, Gu Fei had also sent out his clone. The Wanxiang City remained peaceful for a few days. There were not many people walking on the streets as all the cultivators were cultivating, causing the city to seem deserted. In a primordial mountain range 10,000 li away from the Wanxiang City, Gu Fei was getting impatient after wandering around the valley for a few days. As he was about to attack the mysterious valley, a figure suddenly walked out from the entrance of the valley. It was a black-robed man. This black-robed man was extremely tall, like a bamboo pole. However, when he walked, he was completely silent, and his speed wasn't slow at all. The black-clothed man's face was covered, revealing only his eyes. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before following the man's trail. The black-clothed man carefully traversed through the mountain ridges and dense forests. Soon, the black-clothed man arrived in front of another valley and entered it. This valley was not that secretive, but it was also protected by a great array. The black-robed man walked straight into the valley. There was a transportation formation in the valley. The black-clothed man stepped onto the transportation formation and activated the transportation formation. He was instantly engulfed by a ball of divine light and disappeared into the void. There weren't many people in the valley, only a few black-clothed men walking around. From the clothes on these black-clothed men, it was impossible to tell who they were. These guys are really mysterious, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He did not want to play the game of cat and mouse with these guys anymore. He walked out from the darkness and charged into the valley at lightning speed, capturing the black-clothed men. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it was easy for him to take down a valley like this. Chapter 3387. The mysterious force had set their sights on the ancestor ground of the Chaos Golden Rock Race. This was the place where the ancestor vein of the entire East continent originated from. It was also the best spiritual land in the entire East continent. Some people said that the primogenitor of the Chaos Golden Rock Race, Zhang was an innate god that was born from the ancestor vein. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew where Zhang was born from. Only he himself knew of his own origin. The mysterious force took advantage of the dark of the night to attack the ancestor ground of the Chaos Golden Rock Race without any warning, heading towards the depths of the ancestor ground. The people of the Chaos Golden Rock Race were completely unprepared. They were defeated right away. The people of the Chaos Golden Rock Race and the countless powerful beings that were attached to the Chaos Golden Rock Race started retreating towards the depths of the ancestor ground. They knew that that was the only place where they would be safe. Emogioyo and the other powerful beings were gathered in the depths of the ancestor ground. If those people were to attack, Emogioyo and the others would definitely not sit idly by. Indeed, the thing that the people of the Chaos Golden Rock Race were looking forward to happened. Emogioyo made his move right away. A powerful demonic energy formed into a pitch-black demonic hand, slapping an extremely powerful being into the ground. However, that fellow was no weakling either. To think that he would be able to withstand a blow from Emogioyo. Roar! After the huge man charged out from the ground, he let out a furious roar and charged towards Emogioyo. The surrounding space was instantly shattered by his roar. At this moment, Emogioyo was extremely surprised. To think that this huge man could withstand a blow of his and not die. Furthermore, he seemed to be unharmed. How is this possible? At this moment, there was no time for Emogioyo to think, because the huge man had already arrived. Old man, go to hell. The huge man let out a furious roar and threw a punch at Emogioyo. The moment his fist was thrown out, it turned into a fireball. The fireball lit up the entire heaven and earth. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? You must be tired of living. Emojioyo sneered. After that, he sent a palm strike towards the incoming fist. A ball of demonic light erupted from his palm. Boom! The power of the divine fire and the power of the demonic path collided in an instant, resulting in a huge explosion. The two powers then intertwined and wore each other down, forming a destructive force that spread out in all directions. Rumble. The void around the two experts was constantly being destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone in the surroundings fled in a panic as if they were avoiding a god of plague. However, there were also a few extremely unlucky fellows who were affected by the mighty destructive force and were directly turned into a bloody mist before dissipating in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone who was fighting on both sides stopped. They were extremely shocked. The two figures separated in an instant. However, they immediately collided with each other and started fighting. The surrounding void was constantly collapsing and chaotic chi was being blasted out. What caused everyone to be indescribably shocked was that this unknown big man was actually able to fight endlessly with Emojuyu, who had been famous for God knows how many years. Where did this guy come from? The three demons guarding outside of Gufei's seclusion grounds looked at each other in disbelief. One should know that Emojuyu was the strongest demon in the legends. When they were still small cultivators, Emojuyu was already an invincible expert whose name shook the world. Emojuyu's fame was not just for show. It was earned through killing. Who knows? The extreme demon spider shook his head. They were all experts from the chaos demon world. Naturally, they were unfamiliar with everything in the ancestral god world. Naturally, they did not know any experts from the god race. Who are you? Emojuyu asked as he fought with the big man. Humph, the big man did not say anything. He merely snorted coldly and punched towards Emojuyu with his fists that emitted boundless power of divine fire. Preposterous. Emojuyu was enraged. How dare this guy ignore him? Damn it. Devour the heavens and earth. Emojuyu immediately used his self-created killer move. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The void in front of him shattered and was swallowed by him. The big man was too close to Emojuyu. There was no way for him to dodge, and he was swallowed into Emojuyu's stomach. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Emojuyu was too ferocious. He actually swallowed a peerless expert in a single gulp. Old Ancestor is mighty. Old Ancestor is mighty. The experts of the outer heavens demons cheered. In their opinion, Emojuyu was an invincible existence. Even in the ancestral god world, there were not many people who could be his match. In the past, Emojuyu fought against countless experts of the god race in the ancestral god world alone. He killed many famous figures of the god race and successfully protected a group of demons from the outer heavens demon region. At this time, the experts of the mysterious forces who attacked the primal chaos golden rock race were dumbfounded. They thought that the big man would be able to fight against Emojuyu. Who would have thought that the big man would be swallowed by Emojuyu? Retreat! Someone shouted. The big man was swallowed by Emojuyu. If they didn't retreat now, they would probably end up like the big man. Those experts of the mysterious forces who woke up from the shock immediately turned around and fled. Haha, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Emojuyu laughed heartily as he opened his mouth and sucked. A heaven-devouring force immediately gushed out from his mouth. Miserable shrieks rang out as dozens of experts from the mysterious forces were sucked in and devoured by him. Not bad. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food. Emojuyu said with a satisfied look. Haha, it's their honor to be able to become food for the ancestor demon. The experts of the outer heavens demons laughed. At this time, the experts of the other mysterious forces were scared out of their wits. Emojuyu was even stronger and more terrifying than the legend said. After Emojuyu devoured dozens of experts of the mysterious forces, the demonic aura around him grew even stronger. To a certain extent, the essence of the experts of the god race could be refined by the experts of the outer heavens demons and turned into demonic powers for their use. At this moment, the experts of the mysterious forces turned around and fled. They were in a panic and could not wait to leave this place so that they wouldn't be targeted by Emojiyu. One had to know that being targeted by Emojiyu right now was equivalent to being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Not only would they be killed, they would be devoured and turned into Emojiyu's food. Haha. Run. Run. That's how it'll be fun. Emojiyu laughed. Hearing Emojiyu's words, the experts of the mysterious forces felt their hearts tremble as they fled in a panic. Haha. The other experts of the Outer Heavens demons laughed out as well. However, at this moment, Emojiyu could no longer laugh. He could feel a surge of energy rushing out from within his body. This energy was extremely domineering. Even Emojiyu could not help but be shocked. Could it be? Emojiyu was shocked to the extreme. In the next moment, his stomach swelled up as if something was about to burst out of his stomach. Roar! Emojiyu roared out in anger. He used all the energy within his body to suppress the energy that was about to burst out. He wanted to suppress this energy. However, things had gone beyond everyone's expectations. Emojiyu was shocked and furious. He had never thought that something like this would happen. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from within Emojiyu's body. The demonic aura around his body was vast and mighty. It was as if a peerless demonic ancestor had descended. However, there was another surge of energy that was trying to burst out from within his body. What's happening? The experts of the Outer Heavens demons looked at Emojiyu worriedly. They did not know that there was an extremely dangerous battle going on within Emojiyu's body. This was the battle between divine energy and demonic energy. Could it be? At this moment, the experts of the Outer Heavens demons could feel the powerful ripple of divine energy coming from within Emojiyu's body. I don't believe that I can't refine you. Emojiyu gritted his teeth and sat down in the void. After that, he circulated the demonic energy in his body to suppress the other surge of divine energy that was bursting out from within his body. However, Emojiyu's expression changed very quickly. He realized that the might of the divine energy that was bursting out from within his body was not inferior to Emojiyu's current strength. This surge of divine energy was difficult to refine. Emojiyu could only open his mouth and spit out a ball of divine light. The ball of divine light wrapped around a figure. It was the huge expert that was swallowed by Emojiyu earlier. The ball of divine light that was wrapped around the huge man soared into the sky. In the next instant, boom! With a loud bang, the ball of divine light exploded, and a figure walked out of the exploded divine light. This person was extremely domineering. The moment he saw Emojiyu, he immediately grinned. His pearly white teeth seemed to be sparkling. Seeing Emojiyu smiling at him, the huge man became even more enraged. Kill. Without any hesitation, the huge man charged towards Emojiyu, chaotic heaven and earth. The big bloke roared in anger and immediately unleashed his killer move. Rays of divine light soared into the sky and turned into a terrifying blade light that slashed towards Emojiyu. Haha, what a joke. You want to create chaos with just this amount of strength? Emojiyu laughed in disdain. At the same time, his sleeves fluttered and shattered all the saber lights that were slashing towards him. Humph. Chapter 3388. Where did this nameless person come from? Emojiyu couldn't help but be moved. The big man's cultivation and battle prowess didn't seem to be inferior to his. It was rare to find someone with such cultivation in the ancestral god realm. Moreover, those people had fought with Emojiyu in the past, and it ended in a draw. If he were to go all out, those people would have to be cautious. Back then, Emojiyu used his fearlessness to scare off many experts from the ancestral god realm. Of course, not everyone could be scared off by Emojiyu's ruthlessness. There were experts from the god race who fought with Emojiyu and ended up with both sides heavily injured. Emojiyu could be considered as a legendary existence in the Chaos Devil realm. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the experts from the ancestral god realm. Emojiyu recognized all the experts in the ancestral god realm, but it was his first time seeing this big man. A person with such cultivation was definitely not a nameless person. Why do you care where I come from? As long as I can kill you. The big man pounced towards Emojiyu and slammed his palm towards him. Boundless divine power surged out from his palm and formed a huge palm in the void, pressing towards Emojioyo. This was the power of the extreme way. The moment the big man attacked, this power sealed off all of Emojioyo's escape routes. The big man's extreme way palm energy sealed off the entire void in front of him. At this moment, everyone had retreated far away and did not dare to approach. After all, a battle between experts of this level was absolutely terrifying. Once one was affected by it, one would definitely end up with the destruction of both body and soul. "I'm just playing with you," Emojioyo sneered. He leaped from the back of the old bull and pounced towards the big man like a phantom. His entire body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring all the essence energy in the surroundings. Boom! The black shadow that Emojioyo turned into collided with the huge palm. In the next moment, the huge palm dissipated in the void and turned into the purest essence energy of the divine way, which was instantly devoured. Haha, such pure essence energy. Give me a little more. Emojioyo's figure appeared in the void as he roared with laughter. At this moment, the huge man's fist was already right in front of Emojioyo. Emojioyo stretched out his right hand to block it. Bam! With a loud bang, the fist and the palm collided. Two powerful forces erupted and Emojioyo's sleeves were instantly shattered by the force of the explosion. His sleeves fluttered in the air. The big man's sleeves were shredded in an instant, revealing his muscular arm. At this moment, his entire arm was trembling. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were releasing a powerful force. Green veins coiled around his arm like horned dragons. On the contrary, Emojioyo's arm was sparkling and translucent like jade. The muscles on his arm were not well developed. However, many demonic symbols appeared on his arm. Roar! The big bloke roared in anger. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body, turning into heavenly swords that pierced towards Emojioyo. At such a close distance, the big bloke's cultivation base and battle strength were similar to Emojioyo's. Even someone as strong as Emojioyo would not be able to dodge the sword light that shot out from the big bloke's body. However, in the next moment, the big bloke was dumbfounded. The moment the incomparably sharp sword light came into contact with Emojioyo, it disintegrated instantly, turning into specks of divine light that dissipated into the void. What? The big bloke was taken aback. Right at this moment, a large foot landed solidly on the big man's chest and abdomen, sending him flying. "Kid, the bridges that your daddy has walked on are more than the roads that you've walked on. You're still too green." Emojioyo took a step forward and caught up to the big bloke who was sent flying. He then stomped down with his foot. Bam! A dull thud rang out as the big bloke was stomped down from the sky by Emojioyo's foot. Like a meteor, he fell from the sky. Boom! Smashing onto the ground, a cloud of dust rose up into the sky as a huge crater was formed on the ground. Looking at this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This Emojioyo had swallowed the big bloke earlier on. However, the big bloke was still able to force Emojioyo to spit him out. And now, Emojioyo had once again stomped the big bloke down from the sky. In conclusion, Emojioyo was the one who was leading this battle. The big bloke was at a complete disadvantage. This was something that anyone could tell. Boom! In the next moment, the ground exploded as the big bloke dashed out from it. Like an unkillable cockroach, he appeared before everyone's eyes once more. "Old fart, are you trying to help your daddy scratch an itch?" Ha ha ha. The big bloke roared out in laughter. "Humph, a fella who doesn't know his place." Emojioyo was enraged. This fella was simply too insolent. In the next moment, he disappeared from the void and reappeared before the big bloke. What? The big bloke could not help but be taken aback. The other party's speed was simply way too fast. "I'll send you on your way," Emojioyo said coldly. At the same time, Emojioyo's body erupted with an extreme amount of demonic energy. A demonic shadow dashed out from his body and pounced towards the big bloke. What is this thing? Seeing this, the big bloke could not help but be stunned. However, he did not dare to be careless. The blurry demonic shadow gave him an extremely strong and dangerous feeling. This was the most direct reaction an expert would have towards danger. Swoosh! The big bloke immediately retreated. However, the demonic shadow that dashed out from Emojioyo's body was like a shadow. In an instant, it pounced onto the big bloke's body. In the next moment, the big bloke screamed out in pain. The clothes on his body turned into ashes in an instant. The muscles on his body shrunk at a rapid speed. It was as though all the energy in his body was being sucked dry. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be shocked. That demonic shadow was actually able to injure the big bloke that was like an unkillable cockroach. This was especially so for the experts from the mysterious powers. They knew the background of the big bloke. Some of them retreated silently, not wanting to die here. Of course, there were still some who were watching from the sidelines. Humph. Even if you're an unkillable cockroach, you still have to die. Emojioyo sneered. At this moment, the big bloke seemed to have lost. The demonic shadow pounced onto him. The demonic shadow was actually crazily devouring his energy. After devouring a large amount of energy, the demonic shadow gradually became more solid. Just as the big bloke was being entangled by the demonic shadow and was screaming in pain, a powerful fluctuation came from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground. Is Gu Fei coming out from seclusion? Emojioyo's eyes lit up when he sensed the fluctuation. If Gu Fei was coming out from seclusion, they would have to prepare to return to the Chaos Devil world. After leaving for so long, even Emojioyo could not remain calm at this moment. The Chaos Devil world was his world. That was where his roots were. However, countless years had passed. He did not know if his inheritance could be passed down. This was also what the other experts from the demons were worried about. Even if they could return, the Chaos Devil world would have changed to a point where they could not even recognize it. At this moment, 3 powerful demonic shadows dashed out from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground and attacked the other experts from the mysterious powers. Swoosh! Streaks of black spider silk pierced through the void, trapping the experts from the mysterious powers and turning them into dried corpses. Their essence was devoured by the spider silk. On the other side, a demonic ape charged into the crowd of experts from the mysterious powers. Screams, cries, and screams instantly rang out. The demonic ape swung its long arms, sweeping the experts from the mysterious powers away. Some of the experts from the mysterious powers were directly shattered in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist. The dragon head demon was also extremely domineering. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing over a dozen powerful figures into its stomach. The experts from the mysterious powers were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They turned around and fled in a panic. However, it was already too late. How could the experts from the mysterious forces contend against the 3 great gargoyles? They've made their move. Gu Fei is coming out from seclusion. The people from the Chaos Golden Rock Race were overjoyed to see the 3 stone devils taking action. One should know that the 3 demons were Gu Fei's most loyal subordinates. The 3 demons were only protecting Gu Fei, who was in seclusion. Everything else had nothing to do with them. Even if the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground was attacked again, they wouldn't help. The Chaos Demon apes only had eyes for Gu Fei. Now, the 3 demons had finally made their move. The only person who could make the 3 demons take action was Gu Fei. Therefore, Gu Fei should have come out from seclusion. Sure enough, a figure walked out from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground. His body was shrouded in chaotic light that could be seen with the naked eye. After this seclusion, Gu Fei's flesh and bones had become even stronger. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through to the extreme grade realm, his combat strength had greatly increased. Take down these guys. Don't let any of them go. Gu Fei ordered the surrounding experts. Yes, my lord. The experts immediately accepted the order and attacked the experts from the mysterious powers. In an instant, the experts from the mysterious powers who had entered the Chaos Golden Rock Race were defeated. At this time, the big man let out a furious roar and shook off the black shadow on his body. He directly broke through the void and rushed into the chaos in an attempt to escape. Seeing this, Emojioyo immediately rushed over and chased after him into the chaos. Chapter 3389. The mysterious force's sudden attack on the chaotic golden rock race's ancestral land caused great damage to the ancestral land. The chaotic golden rock race was both shocked and furious. The ancestral land that had been restored was destroyed again after the battle. Fortunately, the deepest part of the ancestral land was not damaged. This was because Gu Fei was in seclusion there. Of course, with Emojioyo's help, the mysterious force was stopped. At the last moment, the mysterious force could not hold on anymore. Gu Fei came out of seclusion just in time. Therefore, the mysterious force was defeated by the 3 gargoyle demons. The mysterious force was defeated. Apart from a few lucky fellows, all the mysterious experts that attacked the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race died. The demons could not wait to devour more cultivators' essence to recover and improve their cultivation and combat power. There was a reason why the demons became the public enemy of the world. This unscrupulous act of devouring other cultivators' essence to improve their cultivation and combat power would directly incur the wrath of the public. Gu Fei came out of seclusion. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even if Gu Fei did not come out of seclusion, there was no suspense in this battle. Emojioyo was not to be trifled with. The primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land regained its peace. Gu Fei met with Emojioyo. On a mountain peak shrouded in primal chaos energy, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a huge boulder. Behind him stood the primal chaos demon ape and the other 2 golem demons. "When do you plan to go back?" Gu Fei asked. Emojioyo, who was riding on the old black bull, naturally knew what Gu Fei meant. He thought for a moment and said, "The sooner the better." "The sooner the better? Got it. Let's do it 3 days later at noon. Go back and prepare." Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "All right, let's do that." Emojioyo nodded and bade farewell to Gu Fei. Then, he led a group of experts from the Heavenly Demon Clan out of the chaotic Golden Rock Clan's ancestral land. The chaotic Golden Rock territory was the base camp of the demons after all. The demons had been operating there for countless years. There were definitely a lot of things that needed to be sorted out and taken away. Gu Fei only gave the extraterrestrial demons 3 days to sort things out. Naturally, the extraterrestrial demons were very busy. "All right, guard outside and don't let anyone in," Gu Fei said. "Yes, master." The 3 gargoyle demons walked out from behind Gu Fei and disappeared into the void. Demon God Venerable and Tranquil are too useless. After the 3 gargoyles left, Gu Fei muttered to himself. It was just taking back the immortal medicine ridge and chasing away those fellows from the deity race. Was it really that troublesome? In Gugu Rock Beast, which gargoyle demon demonic king God, mountain golden mountain, saint, and God, mountain, golden God, mountain, and God. Should I go and take a look? Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. What's there to worry about? Gu Fei said and closed his eyes. Soon, he was shrouded in a ball of chaotic divine light. The aura of the chaotic great path lingered in the void. Within the primal chaos divine light, blurry Tao patterns could be vaguely seen. Each Tao pattern exuded an immortal aura. Gu Fei entered an enviable cultivation state. This was the cultivation state that many cultivators dreamed of. It was similar to an epiphany. That Gu Fei is terrifying. In the sky, an old man riding an old black bull was talking to himself. He seemed to be walking slowly toward the depths of the starry sky. This old man was Emojioyo. He noticed that Gu Fei had become different after coming out of seclusion. He keenly noticed that something had changed in Gu Fei's body. Emojioyo might have had a chance of winning against Gu Fei before he went into seclusion. However, after coming out of seclusion, Gu Fei's cultivation base and battle prowess might not be any weaker than his. Emojioyo sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. He rode the old black bull and quickly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, 2 powerful auras of the extreme great path surged in the immortal medicine ridge. Sankei used his extreme great path power, but his opponent's golden divine bone also unleashed an extremely powerful extreme great path power. It was the power of extreme yang. The golden divine bone in old ancestor Yuqiong's hand emitted a dazzling golden light that dyed the entire sky and earth golden. Kill! Kill! The two silhouettes collided with each other in an instant, causing a deafening explosion. The two silhouettes were sent flying by each other's power. A terrifying destructive power spread out, and a large area of the void was annihilated. This was an apocalyptic scene, terrifying to the extreme. Even the demon god couldn't help but be moved when he saw that scene. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the mighty power that could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the other clansmen of the deity race were hiding in the immortal Medicine Ridge. The entire area was enveloped by the extreme Great Path formation. The people of the deity race could only hide in the immortal Medicine Ridge to avoid being affected by the explosion of the two experts. We can't go on like this. We have to help the old ancestor. On a mountain peak in the immortal Medicine Ridge stood a black-clothed young man. Behind him stood 3 black-clothed middle-aged men. The 4 deity race experts on the mountain peak emitted a tyrannical aura of the divine path. They were all true deities. Young master, how can we help? We don't have the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. A slender, black-bearded middle-aged man sighed. That's right. With our cultivation base and battle prowess, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Another short, hunchbacked middle-aged man said, Actually, it's not that we can't help. The white-faced, beardless middle-aged man with a black feather fan in his hand waved the feather fan in his hand. He looked extremely shrewd as he stared at the 2 figures fighting outside. What do you mean? The young cultivator's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. His face was filled with excitement. This formation isn't only for defense. It should be able to attack as well. The middle-aged cultivator with the feather fan said, Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The young cultivator came to a sudden realization. Then what are we waiting for? The other 2 middle-aged cultivators quickly said. They couldn't stay calm anymore. One must know that the other party had 2 experts, while the deity race only had old ancestor Yuqiong. If they could help old ancestor Yuqiong and defeat Song-Ke, the immortal Medicine Ridge would belong to the deity race forever. The immortal Medicine Ridge was a very important place to the deity race. The spiritual herbs here were too abundant. More than half of the spiritual herbs in the entire eastern continent were in the immortal Medicine Ridge. Chapter 3390. The Heavenly God Clan was determined to take control of the immortal Medicine Ridge. They would never give up on it because they would be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs. Using elixirs to nurture the younger generation of the clan would allow their cultivation to increase at a much faster rate. This was the use of elixirs. The purpose of cultivators using elixirs was to increase their own cultivation and combat strength. Because of this, the chaotic Golden Rock clan needed spiritual herbs even more. After being chased by the Golden Crow clan for countless years, the number of their clansmen decreased sharply. Only clansmen with low cultivation were left. Because the Chaos Golden Rock clan's clansmen were not strong enough, they were able to hide in the marketplace and avoid the Golden Crow's pursuit. Now that Song-Ke and their ancestor were back, the chaotic Golden Rock clan saw hope. As long as their ancestor didn't die, the chaotic Golden Rock clan would be able to rise again. However, the cultivation of these clansmen was too low. They needed spiritual herbs to increase their cultivation. Therefore, Song-Ke couldn't lose the immortal Medicine Ridge. It was too important to him. If he wanted to revive the chaotic Golden Rock clan, the spiritual herbs in the immortal Medicine Ridge were the key. At this time, Song-Ke and old ancestor Yuqiong had already fought their way into the primordial chaos. In the primordial void, the extreme Tao's power was vast and mighty. An extremely powerful extreme Tao's aura surged out from the primordial chaos, causing the entire world to shake. These 2 fellas, the experts watching from afar, were indescribably shocked. Although the cultivation and combat strength of these 2 experts weren't much stronger than them, they could use the extreme path's power. This was the essential difference. Yuqiong, die. Song-Ke stared at the silhouette in front of him and said in a deep voice, Humph, you'll be the one to die. Old ancestor Yuqiong sneered. Then, the golden bone in his hand turned into a golden ray and rushed into his body. Boom! In the next moment, 9 golden runes emerged from his body. He seemed to have turned into an extreme path expert. A powerful aura of the extreme path spread out, dispersing the chaotic aura in the surroundings. Even Sankei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. That guy actually fused with the extreme god bone. How was that possible? Fusing the extreme god bone into one's body was definitely an incomparably dangerous thing. If one was not careful, the extreme god bone in one's body would directly explode, and one's body and soul would be destroyed. Haha. Meanwhile, old ancestor Yu Qiong started laughing madly. Sankei's expression didn't look too good. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up their sleeves. It seemed like the deity clan's inheritance in the eastern continent wasn't due to luck. I told you, the one who will die today will be you. Ancestor Yu Qiong retracted his smile and said coldly while staring at Quebec, then bring it on. Sankei crooked his finger at Ancestor Yu Qiong and said in disdain, Schwa. In the next moment, old Ancestor Yu Qiong's figure disappeared into the void without a trace. Such a method was truly terrifying. However, Sankei soared into the sky without hesitation. As expected, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. The place where the figure appeared was exactly where Sankei had been standing earlier. If Sankei was half a step slower, he would have been hit by old Ancestor Yu Qiong. So fast. Sankei was shocked upon seeing this. After fusing with the extreme god bone, both his strength and speed had improved. Wong. At this moment, a sword hum rang out. Streaks of extremely sharp sword light shot out from old Ancestor Yu Qiong's body, piercing towards Sankei with overwhelming force. Humph! Sankei sneered coldly. A ball of divine light burst out from his body. The countless sword rays were reflected when they struck the layer of divine light. What? Old Ancestor Yu Qiong was dumbfounded. The sword ray he had unleashed was of the extreme god realm, but it was blocked by a ball of divine light that emerged from his opponent's body. To old Ancestor Yu Qiong, Sankei was merely someone who had fallen from the extreme god realm. Even though he was stronger than a quasi-extreme god realm supreme, it was still difficult for him to go against the extreme god sword ray. Rumble. Sankei fought back. He waved his fists and clashed with old Ancestor Yu Qiong. The entire chaotic void was boiling as powerful energy waves spread in all directions. This guy, old Ancestor Yu Qiong, was shocked. Sankei was like an undying cockroach. Even if he was sent flying, he would immediately rush back to kill. Boom. Bang. The two figures were like gods and demons in the chaos, fighting with all their might. They wanted to completely defeat and eliminate each other. What's going on? At that moment, outside the chaotic void, everyone anxiously looked at the pitch-black hole in the sky. The two extreme god realm auras were coming from it. Demon God wanted to rush into the chaotic void, but he immediately stopped as soon as he took a step. He stood guard outside the chaotic void. Brother, don't fail miserably. Demon God could not help but worry for Quebec. Even with his cultivation base, it was difficult for him to see the two figures fighting in the chaotic void. Because the chaotic void was in complete chaos, no one could use their divine senses to investigate what was happening inside. Not even an expert like Demon God could do it, let alone other cultivators. However, at that moment, the extreme god formation that shrouded the entire immortal medicine ridge suddenly changed. Swoosh! A strong light suddenly rushed out from the peerless formation and pierced through the demon god in the sky. A powerful wave of extreme god realm energy burst out from the strong light. What? The demon god was taken aback and quickly dodged the sudden glaring light. However, his clothes were still swept by the divine light. The parts of his clothes that were swept by the divine light immediately turned into dust and dissipated in the void. This monster god Venerable was shocked again. How dare those bastards from the celestial god clan sneak attack me? They must be tired of living. Kill. Enraged, the demon divine Venerable slammed his palm towards the immortal medicine ridge below. A huge hand immediately appeared in the void. Monster god Venerable was shocked again. How dare those bastards from the celestial god clan sneak attack me? They must be tired of living. Kill. Enraged, the demon divine Venerable slammed his palm towards the immortal medicine ridge below. A huge hand immediately appeared in the void. Chapter 3391. Song Ke, an old ancestor Yu Qiong, fought in the chaos. A terrifying aura of the extreme path spread out from the depths of the chaos, causing the experts in the vicinity to tremble. That was the power of the extreme path. Although it was not the real extreme path, it was enough to frighten a quasi-supreme level expert. Rumble, high up in the sky, in the broken void, the chaos chi was vast and mighty. From time to time, rays of divine light broke through the chaos and pierced through the void. Just as Song Ke and Yu Qiong were engaged in a life-and-death battle in the depths of the chaos, there was a huge change in the immortal medicine ridge. The defensive extreme path formation had turned into an offensive formation. Swoosh! A dazzling divine light rushed out from the formation's eye and pierced through the demon god in the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. That was the power of the extreme path. It could shatter the void and was extremely powerful. The demon divine lord quickly dodged. Preposterous. He was furious. These guys are simply courting death. You should be happy that I didn't attack you. How dare you provoke me? Kill. Without any hesitation, the monster god roared and slammed his palm down. The powerful monster god's power erupted, and a huge hand appeared high up in the sky. Rumble. The giant hand condensed from the demon god's power emitted a terrifying wave of energy. It was like a primordial divine mountain as it obliterated the extreme path formation below. The giant hand that was bigger than a mountain covered the entire sky. It shocked and terrified the deity clansmen in the immortal medicine ridge. Boom! As the giant hand fell, the void was directly obliterated. The formation that enveloped the entire immortal medicine ridge shook. Lines of formation patterns appeared in the void and intertwined into a mysterious formation diagram. The demon god's big hand directly fell on the big formation, but it was blocked by the formation map. Swoosh! Another beam of divine light rushed out from the formation eye of the extreme Tau formation. The beam of divine light was so powerful that it instantly pierced through the demon god's giant hand, condensed by the demon god's power, and directly pierced through the demon god. The demon divine master did not confront the power of the polar great formation head-on. He dodged it in a flash and pounced on the polar great formation below. Haha, this fellow actually walked right into the trap. He's courting death. In the formation eye of the extreme path formation, a black-clothed young cultivator laughed out loud. He was the one who triggered the extreme path formation's power to attack the demon god. However, the demon divine lord was an ancestor-level existence after all. How could he be so easily fooled? Boom! At that moment, a powerful devouring force surged out from the formation eye and instantly swallowed the demon god who was swooping down from the sky. Humph! The demon god who was swallowed into the formation eye of the extreme great formation sneered. He did not panic at all, but instead showed a hint of pride on his face. Go to hell. In the formation eye, the black-clothed young man, Mu Gu, stared at the figure in front of him who was trapped by countless formation patterns with a hint of madness in his eyes. With his cultivation base, he was not qualified to compete with an ancestor-level existence like the demon god. However, he now possessed a powerful power that could kill an ancestor-level existence. To Mu Gu, the feeling of wielding great power made him extremely excited. Under Mu Ji's control, the formation patterns that trapped the demon god immediately changed, intertwining and condensing into a killing map. It was a polar great formation that directly obliterated the demon god. The power of the polar great path sealed all the demon god's escape routes. The immortal medicine ridge's great formation was set up by Song Ke when his cultivation base and combat power were at their peak. It could be said that even if a real extreme Tao god ancestor came, it could still resist for some time. However, the demon god was not an extreme Tao god ancestor. However, the great formation could not hurt him because he already knew the truth of the great formation from Song Quebec. In fact, when Song Ke decided to attack the Golden Crow clan, he had already told the demon god about the immortal medicine ridge. Although the demon god was trapped in the polar great formation, he was still calm. Rumble. The demon god sneered when he saw the formation patterns, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction coming toward him. The moment the formation patterns were about to be obliterated, the demon god flipped his right hand and a divine bead appeared in his hand. The next moment, countless formation patterns rushed out from the divine bead in the demon god's hand. The formation patterns that were about to obliterate the demon god dissipated in the void and were assimilated by the formation patterns that rushed out from the divine bead. What? The young cultivator, Mugu, was dumbfounded when he saw that scene. Soon, a scene that shocked Mugu even more appeared. The divine bead in the demon god's hand flew up and emitted the most dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, there were looming divine patterns. Mugu could clearly sense that he had lost control of the entire Great Formation. How did this happen? He wanted to activate the power of the Great Formation, but there was no movement. How is this possible? Mugu's shock was no small matter. Young lord, we have to retreat. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the black feather fan appeared behind Mugu. Damn it! Mugu was very unwilling, but he had no choice. He knew very well that the demon god was trying to seize control of the entire Great Formation. How did he do it? No one answered. Once the control of the killing formation fell into the hands of the demon god, he would die without a burial place. That was definitely not the ending that Mugu wanted. Therefore, he could only escape. Haha, are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? The demon god said with a laugh. His tone was full of disdain. It turned out that a young boy was controlling the killing formation. How ridiculous. He naturally would not let that guy go, but it was not easy to catch that guy because he had yet to fully control the Great Formation. The demon god desperately urged the power of the demon god in his body, and the formation inside the divine bead suspended above his head was constantly recovering. There was actually a great formation inside the divine bead. The Great Formation inside the divine bead and the immortal medicine ridge's Great Formation came from the same source. The divine bead in the demon god's hand could control the entire Great Formation. That was the reason why the demon god was not afraid of being devoured by the killing formation. That divine bead was given to the demon god by Tsongquebec. With that divine bead, the demon god could control the entire Great Formation and regain control of the Great Formation. All the experts who saw that scene could not help but be moved. At that moment, the heavenly god clansmen in the immortal medicine ridge were dumbfounded by the sudden upheaval. When Mugu was taken away by the three experts, the demon god finally gained full control of the immortal medicine ridge's Great Formation. However, it was already too late. Damn it! The demon god roared at the sky. The entire Great Formation shook. He grabbed the divine bead in his hand. At that moment, he had already gained control of the entire Great Formation. It was a force so powerful that it could compete with a true extreme-grade expert. In the next moment, rays of destructive divine light descended from the sky and fell on the heavenly god clansmen in the immortal medicine ridge. Run! A loud shout came from the immortal medicine ridge. Then, a group of incomparably powerful figures rushed out of the immortal medicine ridge. However, the divine light that descended from the sky still fell on them. Then, almost all of the unlucky heavenly god clansmen were blasted into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Mugu, who had already escaped from the extreme-grade Great Formation, couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw that. That fellow was really ruthless. At that moment, there were only a dozen heavenly god clansmen who survived in the immortal medicine ridge. However, hundreds of heavenly god clansmen were actually killed by the demon god's attack. Young lord, run! The three experts protected Mugu and immediately fled. They did not dare to stay. Swoosh! A divine rainbow shocked the sky. 10 rays of destructive divine light directly rushed out of the Great Formation and pierced through Mugu and the others. You want to kill us all? The slender and thin middle-aged man said angrily. He then turned around and threw out an item. The item instantly enlarged, and the 10 rays of divine light directly collided with it. In the next moment, the item directly shattered in the void, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating. As for Mu Gu and the other two, they crushed a jade talisman and disappeared into the void, escaping without a trace. Humph, count yourself lucky. The demon god was naturally displeased to see the four guys actually escaped. Therefore, the dozen heavenly god clansmen in the immortal Medicine Ridge were going to be unlucky. There was no suspense. The immortal Medicine Ridge was enveloped by the extreme grade Great Formation. Although the dozen heavenly god clansmen could survive the divine light attack, it was difficult for them to survive the demon god's attack. The extreme grade Great Formation was activated. None of the dozen heavenly god clansmen could resist the extreme grade Great Formation and survive. All of them were destroyed by the extreme grade Great Formation. It could be said that apart from old ancestor Yu Qiong, Mu Gu, and the other three, the heavenly god clansmen were all annihilated. It was definitely a heavy loss for the heavenly god clan. I can't believe we took back the immortal Medicine Ridge so easily. The demon god did not expect that he could take back the immortal Medicine Ridge with his own strength. Of course, this was the credit of the divine pearl that Song Ke gave him. If it was not for that divine pearl, he would not have been able to control the extreme grade Great Formation so easily and counterattack the heavenly god clansmen. Just as the demon god took back the immortal Medicine Ridge from the heavenly god clan, He Tian and Ji Changkong ran into trouble on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. Chapter 3392. The reason why the Scarlet Demon Ridge was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge was definitely not without reason. Originally, Ji Changkong and He Tian did not know why this mountain range was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge. However, when they broke the seal of the cave, they knew the reason. The instant He Tian used the power of the formation to break the seal of the cave, he was elated. However, in the next moment, the tightly shut stone door of the cave exploded with a boom. When a wave of demonic energy directly rushed out from inside, he could no longer feel happy. What's going on? Ji Changkong was also shocked. He saw more and more demonic energy rushing out from the cave. The demonic energy spread out and quickly enveloped an area of the void. A demonic aura that caused even He Tian and Ji Changkong's hearts to palpitate surged out from the entrance of the cave that was spewing demonic energy. Fuck, this is too much. Ji Xuanji, I greet your 18 generations of ancestors. He Tian cursed. He was not like Ji Changkong. The flying immortal king, Ji Xuanji, was still his uncle. No matter how much Ji Changkong wanted to scold Ji Xuanji, he could not do so. Ji Xuanji was not far away. When he heard He Tian's curses, his old face turned red, but he did not say anything. One must know that He Tian was a quasi-supreme. His cultivation was higher than Ji Xuanji's, and his battle prowess was stronger than Ji Xuanji's. Even if He Tian pointed at Ji Xuanji's nose and cursed, he would not even dare to let out a fart. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. He Tian was not a member of the Ji clan, so he did not have any misgivings. Rumble. At this moment, the mountain range where the cave was located began to shake. Countless stones and sand rolled down from above. The sound of the boulders rolling down echoed in the mountain range. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the entrance of the cave. Step by step, a black figure appeared in the demonic energy. Two bloody lights appeared in the demonic energy. What? A blurry demonic figure appeared. The two blood-red lights were the eyes of the unknown demonic figure. When He Tian and Ji Changkong saw that demonic figure, they could not help but be moved. This ferocious devil had been sealed for countless years, yet it was still so terrifying. It could be seen how powerful this ferocious devil was back then. Who cares what kind of demon he is? Kill him all the same. He Tian stared at the demonic figure in the demonic aura in front of him and said fiercely. Then, he directly activated the killing array and countless array diagrams appeared in the void. In the next moment, rays of divine light immediately rushed out of the formation and turned into extremely sharp sword lights, piercing towards the demonic shadow in front of them. He Tian was an array formation grandmaster. The power of his array formation would increase along with his cultivation. The power of this killing array would definitely be strong enough. This killing formation could definitely refine ordinary quasi-supreme beings to death. However, The moment the sharp sword lights that rushed out of the formation came into contact with the demonic aura, they instantly dimmed. Before they could pierce the demonic figure, all the sword lights had already completely dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially Hei-Tian. No one was clearer than him about the power of this killing array that he had set up. This killing array could condense the power of the peak quasi-supreme realm. It was equivalent to a peak quasi-supreme realm existence, attacking with all his strength. However, the demonic figure that came out of the cave had already dissolved the attack of the killing array without even making a move. This caused Hei-Tian to be shocked. How could this be? Could it be that we have released a supreme demonic ancestor? Ji Changkong said to Hei-Tian. He had a bad premonition. The demonic figure in front of them seemed to be ridiculously strong. If this demon was really a supreme demonic ancestor, then they would be in big trouble. At this moment, all the experts who were watching from afar were indescribably shocked. They could only see demonic aura surging in front of them. Everyone was terrified. Is that the legendary demonic aura? Some of the older generation experts cried out in alarm. What? Demonic aura? Some of the cultivators from the major forces and clans couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard this. There had never been a powerful demon in the history of the Ancestral Star. However, there were still legends about demons in the Ancestral Star. The reason why the Scarlet Demon Ridge was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge was because of the legend that an extremely terrifying demon had fallen here, hence the name. However, no one knew what the truth was. What should we do? The Flying Immortal King, Ji Xuanji, looked at the indistinct demonic figure in the demonic aura. His voice was trembling. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He really shouldn't have told Ji Changkong about the cave in the Scarlet Demon Ridge. However, it was too late now. What else can we do? Fight to the death with this demon. Hei-Tian looked at the Flying Immortal King with disdain. Fight to the death. The Flying Immortal King was startled when he heard this. He didn't want to die. Fighting to the death with that demon? Wasn't that the same as courting death? This daddy wouldn't do such a thing. At this moment, Hei-Tian had no time to care about the Flying Immortal King. He channeled all his strength into the killing formation, and a shocking killing intent immediately erupted from it. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as countless formation runes appeared in the void. Formation runes also appeared on the ground. This grand formation was connected to the heavens and earth, drawing in the energy of the heavens and earth. A terrifying destructive energy rushed towards the demonic figure from all directions, causing a large amount of demonic aura to dissipate in the void. One formation diagram after another pressed forward, each of them exuding a terrifying power of destruction. The void was directly annihilated, and even the chaotic aura seeped in through the broken void. At this moment, the demonic figure in the middle of the demonic aura finally moved. The demonic figure waved his hands, and a vast demonic energy spread from his hands. The demonic energy from the demonic figure's hands actually blocked the destructive power of the grand formation. The demonic figure shook his hands, and the mighty demonic power instantly increased by a large margin. The impact of the impact caused the formation to shake continuously. In the next moment, the formation runes were corroded by the demonic aura and gradually dimmed, as if it could dissipate at any time. Damn it! Hei-Tian roared in anger, madly urging the power of the grand formation. Countless formation runes began to interweave, forming a heavenly furnace, intending to refine everything in the furnace into ashes. Countless demonic aura dissipated in the void, destroyed by Hei-Tian's killing formation. The demonic figure was indescribably shocked. He didn't expect the killing formation to be so powerful. Kill. Hei-Tian continuously guided all the power of the killing formation like a madman. Countless formation runes condensed into a furnace. Everyone felt very hot, as if they were in a steamer. When Ji Changkong, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was also shocked by the ferocity that Hei-Tian displayed. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the center of the killing formation. Then, a strong demonic energy exploded, and the entire grand formation was immediately affected. The demonic figure made a move. Naturally, When a demonic figure makes a move, it is not ordinary. A ball of demonic light shone from within Haetion's killing formation. Everywhere the demonic light passed, countless formation runes were destroyed by the demonic energy. Even the formation runes were the same. They could not withstand the demonic energy from the killing formation. Rumble. The killing formation that Haetion laid down was actually collapsing. In the face of absolute power, Haetion's killing formation was nothing at all. This was because the demonic energy from the demonic aura was at the extreme Tao level. The extreme Tao level demonic energy was not something that Haetion and Ji Changkong could resist. Although they were already quasi-supremes, the other party could very well be an extreme Tao demonic ancestor. There was no doubt that the extreme Tao demonic ancestor was very strong. This is preposterous. When Haetion saw that his killing formation could not trap the demonic figure, he did not panic. Instead, he extended his hand towards Ji Changkong, who was beside him. What? When he saw Haetion suddenly extending his hand towards him, he was confused. He did not know what Haetion meant at all. Primordial Chaos Pearl, Haetion said anxiously. The killing formation that he laid down was collapsing. It seemed like the situation was hopeless. What do you want the Primordial Chaos Pearl for? Ji Changkong found it strange. To lay down a formation, of course. What else can I do? Haetion said impatiently. When Ji Changkong heard that, he did not say anything else. He took out the Primordial Chaos Pearl and carefully handed it to Haetion. Haetion quickly took the Primordial Chaos Pearl and threw it into the formation core that had not collapsed yet. In the next moment, a supreme chaotic force surged out from the crucial point of the formation. The inscriptions that had dispersed in the surroundings condensed once again. The energy contained in the Primordial Chaos Pearl was too vast. Haetion carefully guided the energy of the Primordial Chaos Pearl. The killing formation reassembled itself, and the shocking killing intent appeared again. The demonic aura that surged out from the entrance of the cave did not stop. It seemed like there was an endless amount of demonic aura inside. The demonic aura that had erupted was forced back into the void in front of the entrance of the cave by the power of the killing formation. The demonic figure was faintly discernible in the demonic aura. It emitted an aura that made all living beings' hearts palpitate. 2 spots of bloody light flickered in the demonic aura. It seems like I worried too much. At this moment, Haetion heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was actually forced back by the power of his killing formation. It seemed like the other party was not a real extreme Tao demonic ancestor. Of course, even if this fellow was not an extreme Tao demonic ancestor, his cultivation and battle prowess were enough to make Haetion and Ji Changkong's hearts palpitate. If Gu Fei was here, he would naturally be able to see through this ferocious demon with one look. This ferocious demon should be a former extreme Tao demonic ancestor that had fallen from the extreme Tao realm. Since this ferocious demon was not an extreme Tao demonic ancestor, things would be easy to handle. Don't let this fellow escape. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.